Bob Newhart passing away. Now, he was 94 years old, so he lived a full life. But the deadpan accountant turned comedian became one of the most popular TV stars of his time after striking gold with a classic comedy album. He passed away Thursday in Los Angeles after a series of short illnesses. Newhart, best remembered now as the star of 2 hit television shows of the 1970s and 80s, launched his career as a stand-up comic in the late 1950s. He gained nationwide fame when his routine was captured on vinyl in 1960 as The Button-Down Mind of Bob Newhart, which went on to win a Grammy Award as Album of the Year.
Classic album. When you talk about the time when people would put albums on at parties, comedy albums, that was one of the ones that would come out very often.
While other comedians of the time frequently got laughs with their aggressive attacks on modern mores, Newhart was an anomaly. His outlook was modern, but he rarely raised his voice above a hesitant, almost stammering delivery.
He was always a sort of like a flustered guy on a support line, or his whole bit about the introduction of tobacco is legendary. So there's so many classic bits. But yeah, you're right. It's funny because his best friend was Don Rickles.
Yeah,
the
opposite,
completely different type of comedy.
He was an attack comic. He was an insult comic, and it was anything but that for Bob Newhart. His only prop was a telephone that he used to pretend to hold a conversation with someone on the other end of the line. Newhart was initially wary of signing on to a weekly TV series, fearing that it would overexpose his material. Nevertheless, he accepted an attractive offer from NBC, and The Bob Newhart Show premiered in October of 1961. Despite Emmy and Peabody Awards, the half-hour variety show was canceled after one season. It was a source for jokes of by Newhart for decades after. He waited 10 years, and then he undertook another Bob Newhart Show in 1972. And this one was a situation comedy with Newhart playing a Chicago psychologist.
Love that show.
Living in a penthouse with his schoolteacher wife, Suzanne Plachette, their neighbors, and his parents, notably Bill Daly as an airline navigator, were a wacky, neurotic bunch who provided an ideal counterpoint to Newhart's deadpan commentary.
And the thing that, both of the shows that he had stellar ensemble casts.
The series, one of the most acclaimed of the 1970s, ran through 1978. 4 years later, he launched another show simply called Newhart. And this time, he was a successful New York writer who decides to reopen a long-closed Vermont inn. And again, Newhart was the calm, reasonable man surrounded by a group of eccentric locals. And again, the show was a huge hit, and that lasted 8 seasons on CBS.
Also had one of the legendary endings of a show of all time.
In fact, it bowed out in a memorable style in 1990 with Newhart and his old Chicago psychologist character waking up in bed with Suzanne Plachette, cringing as he tells her about the strange dream he had.
So the second show was my introduction to Bob Newhart.
Okay.
I was a kid when that came out, and I loved it. And the joke of my other brother Daryl, it got me every time. Right. But when the finale happened, I didn't get it.
Oh,
because
really?
I hadn't watched the original one, and so I was watching it with my dad.
Yeah.
And my mom and dad start cracking up and think that this is hilarious, and they had to explain it to me, and I was like, "Oh, that is a really good ending," but I had no idea what the context was.
The fact that they would do that ensemble for the second show with Daryl and
Peter Scolari.
Yeah, terrific.
It might take a minute, Marissa, and I should have asked for this earlier, but see if you can find that Newhart finale, the very, very ending. It should be isolated
I'm sure,
somewhere on YouTube, and see if you can snag that audio, because it's classic. I mean, it was the perfect way to end that. It was like, oh my God, they did that. Over the years, Newhart also appeared in several movies, usually in comedic roles. Among them, Catch-22, In and Out, Legally Blonde 2, and of course, Elf, as the diminutive dad of adopted full-size son Will Ferrell. And we had a text chain last night when he had passed, and I forgot who had commented. Was it Marissa? Yeah, I think it was Marissa that said, this many years in the business, and the picture that they used for the cover of the announcement of his death is him in the Elf outfit with a stupid look on his face. But he's great in that movie.
He's terrific. He also played a Mr. Science type character on Big Bang Theory and was terrific.
Yes. So he also was on Young Sheldon and Horrible Bosses. He was in that movie, and also The Librarian. So, but what a great. He's just his style was so wonderful, and he played the everyman, the kind of stammering delivery. It was. Yeah, there's so many great
Major
shows.
impact on pop culture.
Yep. All right, so Marissa sent over the audio. We got it coming over in just a second. This was the end of that.
Good night, Ellen.
Rolls over and wakes up.
What do you mean, beautiful blonde?
Go to sleep, Emily. You know, you really should wear more sweaters.
His wife wore sweaters in the
He tells her about the crazy dream that he had. He was this innkeeper, so it was pretty awesome. All right, I have some other stories that we will get to. Let's go with this one. TNT is airing a tribute to the late Shannon Doherty with a marathon of Charmed episodes, and that will be this weekend. She starred in Charmed from 1998 to 2001 alongside Alyssa Milano, Holly Marie Combs. TNT will air 6 episodes of the show featuring Doherty's character every day this weekend, and showed 7 yesterday, by the way. On Sunday, 2 of the episodes will be special. They were directed by Shannon.
So do you remember when I said, and when she passed away, there was a list of people she would want to attend her funeral and those she would not want to attend? Yeah. Alyssa Milano's on the not want to attend list.
Yeah, they had a falling out.
Yeah, they had a big falling out.
Yep. Isabella Strahan is cancer-free. Daughter of Michael Strahan shared the news on her YouTube channel in a new episode of her vlog. She shared that she went to an MRI and got great news after going through lots of treatments 8 months after she got a brain tumor diagnosis. She said it was a great scan. Everything was clear, cancer-free, and everything is great.
She really needs a friggin' break now.
Yeah, she said, I don't have another doctor's appointment until October. And she's gone through quite the journey to reach this milestone. She had 3 brain surgeries, 4 rounds of chemotherapy, and went through 6 weeks of radiation. So she's doing great. That's awesome. Kim Kardashian was on the She MD podcast this week.
It's my absolute favorite.
Talking about her psoriasis and how she's dealing with it. Steve, now we all have something in common with her now. And at one point during the conversation, she revealed that her son also has a skin condition that is related to her psoriasis, and that is vitiligo.
So you and I are basically them.
Yeah, we're the Kardashians.
We're the Kardashians.
Wow. Yep, I have psoriasis. Steve has vitiligo. She said, it came from my mom, went to me, and I passed it on in a different form to my son, who has vitiligo very mildly. Though she did say that the condition is under control. She didn't specify which of her sons was diagnosed with the condition.
I remember when I first started to get vitiligo, I'm like, oh, this is, looks weird, and people are going to notice. It's going to be a big thing. No one really noticed. A, B, I'm Irish and splotchy anyway, so... and it's actually something that I kind of associate with me. I like it. I like it that. In a weird way.
All right.
There's a medication out now that can kind of deal with it and soften edges out and things like that. Like, I kind of look like this now. It's the way I like.
Would you like my psoriasis? Because you can have that. Yeah. I don't like that.
You put up with more than on this. There's nothing I need to do with the vitiligo.
Right.
You take like steroids and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I use a topical steroid.
Right.
That I have to put on. But
did you see?
It's a joy.
Did you see the footage or the picture, the still of Kim Kardashian's the tip of her finger?
No.
So apparently her son distracted her, and she was closing the shower door. It closed on the tip of her finger, and it sliced the end off where you could see the bone.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, that's nasty.
Yeah, very nasty.
To get it stitched up?
I assume.
Wow.
She has a butt room. I don't know if she has a finger room.
Well, wouldn't you, though?
Yeah, just her fingering.
So, Bring Your Kid to Work Day has a whole new meaning for Drea DiMatteo, the actress who started an OnlyFans page last year, revealed on the Not Today Pal podcast that her 13-year-old son, Waylon Blackjack, edits her OnlyFans photos for her.
People are freaking out about this. It's ridiculous. I used to direct my mother's porn loops.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
In discussing planning some explicit content with women, DiMatteo says her son doesn't deal with stuff like that, but she has discussed it with him.
Sweetie, could you edit mommy's porn pics?
She said, I was like, are you okay with this? Because it's like if I were to do it in a movie, because I would make out with girls in movies all day long before I'd even make out with boys. I don't even know what she's
I don't know what that means. Yeah. But it's the kind of thing a mother and a son share.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg was on Late Night with Seth Meyers, and she revealed that she spread her mother's ashes at her favorite place, Disneyland. And she told the audience, no one should do this. Don't do it. She said it was secretly taking her late mother. She did it secretly, took her late mother's ashes to Disneyland and spread them throughout the park.
They are very controlling when it comes to stuff like that. The spreading of ashes and proposals.
She explained that she would periodically pick up some of the ashes while on a ride and fake a big sneeze, pretending she had a cold. She said, I'd say, my God, this cold is getting worse and worse. And then she said, we got over to the flowers where it says Disneyland, and I was like, oh, look at that. And she said, so I guess she went over there and sprinkled some in there. This is back in 2010, so park visitors are not in danger of inhaling Whoopi's mother at this point. No. The March 2023 accident involving Pete Davidson, his car and house, that has been resolved. A California judge dismissed the case after the comedian completed a pretrial program. Davidson did 50 hours of community service, took a safe driving course, and attended a Mothers Against Drunk Driving Victim Impact Program.
So that sounds like the usual, right? The course, some community service. Did they say what kind of community service?
It does not.
Roadside cleanup?
I don't know. It's not always that. Sometimes it's, like I told you, I had to wash dishes when I did mine at the Jewish Center for the Aged. And, I'm not sure what he had to do.
Hey, rock and roll star, clean this dish.
But I guess it was, it must have been pretty low key.
Yeah.
No pictures or anything surfaced of him doing any kind of.
And they're only calling it reckless driving.
Yeah.
There was no
under the influence.
Nah.
Once Pete completed the court-ordered pretrial program, which he did 6 months ahead of the court's deadline, the judge dismissed the case altogether. Matt Rife, comedian, has a brand new comedy special coming up on Netflix.
I wonder if it's going to suck as bad as the last one.
Was it bad?
I didn't like it.
Okay.
Listen, I maybe there's like a
reaction because he blew us off.
Yeah, it might be that, but I also, he's young, and I think he really rose to stardom because he's super attractive.
He's a good-looking dude.
And his crowd work was really, really good.
Yeah.
And his social media presence was really, really good. But, when I watch... Listen, I've been watching stand-up. I'm not an expert, but I've been a fan of stand-up for a long, 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 long time. I thought his special was just okay.
Okay.
Matt Rife Lucid, a crowd work special, is set to premiere on August 13th. As the name suggests, it's the first time Netflix has hosted a show that is 1 full hour of just crowd work. The comedian jokes during the trailer announcing the new special that people always light him up in the comments, that all he does is crowd work and that it's easy. But after apparently struggling with an audience member, he asks, is it the easiest, though? Fans will have a chance to judge for themselves soon enough how hard crowd work is once his special drops.
God, I saw him in a movie, a horrible comedy vampire movie with Jamie Kennedy. He plays the vampire. I mean, the budget on this thing must have been like $100.
Really?
Terrible.
In the meantime, comments on his post announcing the new special are filled with people cheering on the newest offering from the comedian. So we'll see how it does. Anna Faris really wants to make a sequel to her 2000 hit, The House Bunny.
I'm a fan of The House Bunny.
In a new interview with People, Faris shares, I always dream about making a follow-up, and she's got an idea or two about how she would go about making the sequel 16 years later.
I wonder if they can get Sharon Stone back for that.
Yeah, and who else was in it?
Kat Denning, I believe.
And was, what's her name? Redhead, super famous now from...
Amy Adams?
L.A. Story, or not L.A. Story.
Oh, you're talking about Emma Roberts?
La La Land.
Sharon Stone, yeah. Not Sharon Stone. Emma Stone.
Emma Stone.
I said Sharon Stone, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Emma Stone can be in that.
Yeah.
Or Sharon Stone. Maybe she'll show up.
She can play the mom.
Yeah.
She said for a while, I
She
was
can play
like,
the old mom.
Shelley should be a bad country singer, and then I was thinking, no, she should be a CIA interrogator. She says her skill is disarming people because she is perceived, and she is, as so open and non-judgmental. So I was imagining Shelley saying, oh, what do I do for work? I'm a CIA interrogator. She started in The House Bunny as a former Playboy playmate who guides an unpopular sorority at college as a house mother. So here you go. Yeah, Emma Stone, Colin Hanks, and Kat Dennings and more starred.
Yeah, ain't no Hugh Hefner going to be in this one.
A new trailer for Beetlejuice is out, giving a more expansive look at the afterlife and how Lydia Dietz gets re-involved with the magic spirit against her better judgment to save her daughter, Astrid. It's in the trailer, but you got to see who all he summons for yourself if you want to check that out. It is available, but
I'm looking forward to this.
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Casey, I'm there now with where you were talking about with Deadpool and Wolverine earlier in the week. Like, I just want to go see it. I want to experience it. I want to go in with zero expectations because I love the first one so much, and I want to see it. Like, there's stop animation and the like claymation style stuff that they had in the first one, and with Tim Burton behind it, I'm super excited.
Yeah, it's definitely got the feel of the original. And it looks like they're using a lot of practical effects. So we'll see. It should be pretty solid. Good news for Cobra Kai fans. At the season 6 premiere festivities Wednesday night, series creators John Hurwitz and Hayden Schlossberg and Josh Heald took the stage and surprised the crowd with news that Part 2 premiere will be released on November 15th, and that's 2 weeks earlier than was previously announced.
So are you going to binge a little this weekend? Or what?
Yeah. Well, it has to be me and Rochelle and Caroline together. It's kind of the three
You've got
of
a
us.
set group of watchers?
Yep. So
Can't you just cheat on them?
No.
Have they ever cheated on you?
Yes. A while back, but we have a pact.
All right. I said make it a blood pact.
So season 6, part 1 dropped yesterday. No specific date for the third part of season 6. I didn't know it was going to be a third part.
What?
Other than 2025. I thought they were just splitting it up into 2. Okay, that's new to me.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Whore.
What?
What? After 2 seasons on Paramount Plus, the plug has been pulled on Halo.
No! It wasn't good.
I didn't like. I watched.
It wasn't
I
good.
watched the first episode and it did not grab me.
Watch a few more; they'll grab you less.
Okay. So
I was so disappointed because I love that world.
in a statement, Paramount Plus said that they can confirm that Halo will not move forward with a third season on the service.
And I like the actor too. It was like I don't remember his name. It was like Pablo something maybe.
Pablo Schreiber.
Is that it? Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that actor too. Same thing, man.
The problem was, again, he was popping his helmet off too early.
We're extremely proud of this ambitious series and would like to thank our partners at Xbox 343 Industries and Amblin Television, along with showrunners and executive producer David Weiner.
Weiner?
Or it's Weiner, I don't know. His fellow executive producers, the entire cast led by Pablo Schreiber as Master Chief, and the amazing crew for all their outstanding work. We wish everyone the best going forward.
Wiener.
And of course, the big budget show was based on the popular Xbox video game.
A little bit of a side note. Do you have any news about Horizon and Kevin Costner? Because something broke yesterday concerning it.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, so it happened late in the day. The word is that obviously the box office was not tremendous for the opening weekend, week of Horizon. However, apparently a deal has been made with Netflix to fund the remaining movies to finish them, and also to kind of roll out the movies with a Netflix exclusivity deal. So, in other words, while it's not exactly what Kevin Costner would have wanted, they're all in on it. So,
Where'd you see this, Nick? You're pulling up. You don't see? I didn't see anything. You just pulled up a search on that.
Yeah, the thing that I see, Steve, says that there's going to be, you can purchase the first one on Prime Video and Apple TV.
Right.
And you can still catch it in a few different theaters.
You can buy it. Like I bought it on Apple TV. I bought the movie as well. But Netflix is going to put up the funding for the other movies.
Okay.
That was just came in late yesterday. So we'll see what the story is.
Do you remember the source?
I do not.
Okay.
It might have been Collider.
Netflix makes bid for Kevin Costner Horizon.
There we go.
There you go. Excellent. Nice. So Paramount Plus has announced some big names added to the voice cast of Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Rose Byrne and Post Malone are going to reprise their roles from the movie.
I didn't know Post Malone was in that.
I didn't either. They play mutant animals Leatherhead, Wingnut, and Ray Fillet, I don't know. Respectively. It's also Natasha Dimitriou in there, too. They'll join new cast additions, Christopher Mintz-Plasse. Is that how you say his last name?
That's what I say, yeah.
Timothy Oliphant and Danny Trejo.
That's pretty cool.
As well. So some big stuff.
That live action Michael Bay produced Ninja Turtles movie is pretty freaking good.
Yeah?
Did you guys see it?
Yeah, I saw it in the theaters.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son loved it, and the sequel wasn't terrible either.
They do a sequence where they're going down the side of the. It's like legit action.
The snow scene.
Yeah.
when they're going down the side of the mountain, it's really well filmed. It's a good movie. They're fun.
All right, the Dune prequel series, Dune Prophecy, is officially set to debut on HBO this November. Now, the news was confirmed yesterday when the show dropped a brand new teaser promising
This is Worms in Paradise?
plenty of political maneuvering. No, Dune Prophecy.
Oh.
The series will follow the origins of the Bene Gesserit, an exclusive sisterhood that would shape the universe as they gained political and religious power over thousands of years of planning. The show is set 10,000 years before Dune.
Wow.
And is reportedly inspired by the 2012 novel Sisterhood of Dune. I'm stoked about that. So we are ready to tell you about some movies that are opening this weekend. Twisters. Action Adventure opens this weekend. Stars Glenn Powell, Daisy Edgar Jones, Maura Tierney. The story is Kate Cooper, former storm chaser, haunted by a devastating encounter with a tornado during her college years, who now studies storm patterns on screens safely in New York City. Well, she is lured back to the open plains by her boyfriend, Javi, to test the groundbreaking new tracking system. There, she crosses paths with Tyler Owens, the charming and reckless social media superstar who thrives on posting his storm-chasing adventures with his raucous crew. The more dangerous, the better. As storm season intensifies, terrifying phenomena never seen before are unleashed, and Kate, Tyler, and their competing teams find themselves squarely in the paths of multiple storm systems converging over central Oklahoma in the fight of their lives. 2 hours and 2 minutes long. Rated PG-13, a wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes score so far is at 77%.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yep. Also opening this weekend is Oddity. It's a horror and thriller starring Gwillem Lee, Carolyn Bracken, and Steve Wall. When Danny is brutally murdered at the remote country house that she and her husband Ted are renovating, everyone suspects a patient from the local mental health institution where Ted is a doctor. However, soon after the tragic killing, the suspect is found dead. A year later, Danny's blind twin sister Darcy, a self-proclaimed psychic and collector of cursed items, pays an unexpected visit to Ted and his new girlfriend, Yana. Convinced that there was more to her sister's murder than people know, Darcy has brought with her the most dangerous items from her cursed collection to help exact her revenge. Running time is an hour and 38 minutes. Rated R. Limited theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score 98%. So that's a big number. Yeah.
I recognize the name Gwillem Lee. He played Brian May in Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
He was excellent in that movie.
Yeah, he's really good.
Sometimes you have to remind yourself that it's not Brian May.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, we're ready to roll some clips for you now. Serpent Queen chronicles the Catherine de Medici's rise from teenage bride into Queen of France in the 16th century. In this clip, creator Justin Haith shares the unique perspective this character brings to traditional royalty-focused period pieces.
We're all fascinated by these royal stories because they're essentially family soap operas, right? Could be the Kardashians, the Kennedys, the Trumps, whoever. This is just with much bigger dresses and bigger houses. But I really saw a window to a modern character, and specifically a modern woman who would be exactly the kind of person who you would think doesn't have a role in these kind of stories.
I don't think I want to see it.
Is this a Mini Driver one?
I don't know. Scroll down, Nick. Let's see who's in it. I don't see Minnie Driver. No, Samantha Morton.
Who
is playing the lead in this particular film?
Who?
All right. By the way, new episodes of The Serpent Queen airs today on Stars. All right, here's the next clip. There's a long list of shows whose episodes feel like a film more than a TV show, and House of the Dragon is one of those. Here, Ewan Mitchell shares his filming experience.
As soon as you pick up the scripts, you recognize that this isn't television, this is HBO. You know, every episode is as big as any film out there, and as an actor, you can either be intimidated by that or you can embrace it.
Shut the f*** up!
Did I say? I know who he is. Ewan. Is it Ewan or Ewan?
I don't know, but he's Aemond in the show.
Aemond.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, which is. And there's an Aemon. That's another character.
And
do they eat almonds?
And a Daemon.
And a Daemon and an Aegon. But he is really good at being evil, and his rise in the last few episodes is really well done. And Steve, he plays a guy who loses an eye at one point through this tragic infighting.
You've been watching it religiously. Did they just have a big incest sex scene?
There's a little bit of mother-son stuff going on, but it's okay because it's a dream sequence.
Oh, okay. You can always bang your mom in your dreams.
But wait a minute, man. The whole Game of Thrones, dude, there's loads of incest.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Especially in the Targaryen lineage, because that's why they all have that white blonde hair.
So give me from all the banging, from all the mom banging. From 1 to 5, House of Dragons.
House of Dragons. I watched the first season. I would 1 to 5. I'd give it a solid 4.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
okay.
it was really good.
All right.
See, Game of Thrones. 4? Game of Thrones is 5.
Oh, okay.
Without question.
Yeah.
And then I would give. I'd say this is a notch down, but still really good.
Still good.
But confusing. Hard to keep everything, all the people and the storylines together. You have to pay attention.
Right.
I think the first season suffered a little bit, Preston, because there was so much time jumping and different characters played this, or different actors played the same characters as they jumped time. The second season is a little easier to keep straight because it's all the same actors episode to episode. And I'm really enjoying the second season. And it's either the 4th or the 5th episode, but there's a lot of dragon action and a lot of like fighting and war scenes, and it's really well executed.
Was this okay? Was the orgy scene with the oral taking place in the background? Was that?
That was like 2 or 3 episodes into this season, but I watched the latest episode last night. I love it. Preston, you're right. If it's a 5 for Game of Thrones, I 4.5, and I really think the second season's actually better than the first.
Okay. Any more oral? Any of those episodes yet?
No, just mother-son having sex.
Okay.
Yeah, just mom banging.
Yeah. But it's also
good old-fashioned incest.
And she's hot, so it's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's a dream and your mom is hot. The 2 things you need for acceptable incest.
And that is where we will wrap up the entertainment report with incest being the last word in there. All right, we are taking a break because we have a lot to get to today. We are going to have a phenomenal musician here in our studio today. Jeff Coffin plays saxophone for the Dave Matthews Band, and he's coming in here today. They have 2 shows tonight. Great weekend weather-wise.
Oh, my God.
So tonight and tomorrow.
Oh, my God.
Should be pretty cool. Around 9 o'clock, he'll be in. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't nobody go nowhere. We'll be back in just a moment, all right?
Don't nobody go nowhere.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.
Now there are other. Now people are labeling bourbon, even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually there's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia, or at least Pennsylvania, and it's called bourbon. I had it's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries, my dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones, Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And they'll
it's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean,
Yes.
it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon.
Happy trails to you.
It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric
But
Gregory.
first, I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the
I don't
Bible.
want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Everyone knows that. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah.
When Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim
You know what I
Beam.
don't
she's
know?
Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
Talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they make where they create it and distill it and refine it and it's really cool to see the process, and then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have, there's like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So anyhow, so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015. So it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
Is what you call a Barcelona oven.
So...
You can see the streets now. And the little children playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to... I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Oh, yeah, most of the
that has
time.
to be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, that's let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
Right.
And it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all. And obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts.
Yeah.
And when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
All
I
right,
thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about like, it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy. Like they were calling about bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. As nuts what they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank robber. No, I'm not a bank robber.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
No, seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing
Oh, darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you
attitude?
like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to old,
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
My name is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray. Holy cow! It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm going to be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fly. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high.
God.
Because my parts all got all frozen up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McElwain and Catherine Romano anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a thumb up here, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
Really?
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
That hooker
I don't
forgot
think
her
anybody,
damn eyes.
Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you got to help me out here, man. I'm the best. I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
Magical.
Magical.
Yeah. Kathy's going to knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson.
only, so you can get 2 single-day wristbands for the price of 1 at the Funplex in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, and they've got great stuff there. Each wristband offers unlimited access to the indoor rides, the Splashplex water park, a 1 hour of bowling, and select video games. You get all of that.
It's a great place.
With the wristband, and right now it is 2 for the price of 1, so get them while they last. Yeah, we did a Grand Prix there once, so they got go-karts. WMMR.com/deals. Make sure you get that now. It is a good day to clean out the junk.
Yeah. It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let's see what we can find to tell you about today. I found this little item right here. The Olympics are on the way, and I had never really thought about this, but did you know that you win money when you win Olympics?
Cash and prizes?
From your home country.
Oh, good.
So USA Today Sports reached out to the National Olympic Committees and found 40 countries about their medal payouts. They got responses back from 25 of those countries. The average of those 25 will pay the equivalent of about $95,000 for gold.
Not bad.
$55,000 for silver and $39,000 for bronze. But it depends on which country and how much you're going to get.
Sure, and I'll guarantee you, though, and the amount of money that needs to be spent to get to the point where you're at the Olympics, I'm sure that doesn't even go to offsetting the cost.
Nah. The country, let's see, the country included in the survey that pays the most is Serbia.
Serbia?
Those who win gold at the Paris Olympics will get $214,900.
Do they get any other prizes like turtle wax or ramen?
I don't know. Maybe you get ramen.
I wonder if that's because they, just suspect that they're not going to win as many.
You want more of an incentive. Yeah.
Serbia has a really good basketball team.
There's definitely fewer people. Depending on the population of the country, they might offer up more per athlete. So athletes winning gold from Malaysia and Morocco will also receive more than $200,000 from their country's government or National Olympic Committee.
What about Dubai or Abu Dhabi?
I don't know what the Abu Dhabi do, Steve, but at least 6 other countries have payouts of more than $100,000, and some throw in other perks for gold medal winning athletes, like vacations and apartments or extra money for breaking an Olympic record.
Huh.
I had no idea.
All right.
The Team USA athletes, they get quite a bit less, but it's pretty decent.
Come on, man.
Well, it's pretty decent. You think about the amount of athletes from the United States are in.
A few more people than Serbia.
So their payouts offered through what the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee calls Operation Gold are $37,500 for every gold medal.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
And $22,500 for each silver and $15,000 for every bronze award. Yeah. So that's not bad.
What about a salad shooter?
You could probably negotiate that.
Or buy one with your winnings, I guess.
Yep.
Exactly. I'm sure that's what most. Speaking of the Olympics, I was watching the teaser stuff for it, and they had. I didn't know whether it's CGI, but it looked real. Them with boats and stuff taking place in the Seine, and there was this big celebration that was taking place, and it was Olympic-based, clearly. Have they had something already?
They just had, I know that the mayor of Paris went swimming in the Seine. But
this was like boats and
well, isn't that how they're going to do the intro?
The opening ceremony.
Yeah, the opening ceremony is going to be on that river, so they might be practicing.
Marissa?
I think they were celebrating Bastille Day, Steve.
Oh. There
and
you
they
go.
Like tied it into all the celebrations.
Thank you. That's a good call, Marissa. Bastille Day.
So, there's money to be paid out. I have another Olympic-related story, and I've never heard of this. It's in the same drawer. Got it. So, two-time Olympic silver medalist Helen Obiri of Kenya is going to make history at this year's games by wearing spray-on sneakers.
Spray-on
straight out of
sneakers.
Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs. He invented Flint Lockwood invented spray-on shoes.
Really?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
He couldn't get them off.
They're ripping that movie off.
They're called the Cloud Boom Strike LS shoe, and it's created by having a robot spray a single continuous filament on a foot form, creating the entire upper part of the shoe in 3 minutes. After that, it's passed to a second robot that adds color, which again cures in 3 minutes.
What's with all the robots?
Obiri says that the first time she saw the shoes, she said, "I can't run with these," and said her fellow runners thought that they were a joke, and then she wore them while winning the Boston Marathon in April.
Oh, there you go.
And now she's apparently hooked on them.
So it's a sprayed-on shoe.
Yeah, so they don't spray it onto your foot. We're looking at the robot that's creating it right now.
Oh, I see. So it's completely, specifically tailored to every nook and cranny of your foot.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if they use a mold of your foot to shape it around or whatever and to get it perfectly created. But yeah, it's kind of like 3D printing, I guess, would be a similar thing.
That's
but
what it looks like.
But it's not that material that they use in 3D printing.
I tell you what, when you get a pair of shoes that you put them on and they fit perfectly, it's heaven.
It is.
Have you
nice.
seen these On Clouds? It's a sneaker brand.
What is the name of the case?
On Cloud. Am I wearing an On Cloud hat right now? Yeah. So when I went to the Penn Relays a couple of months ago, they had a huge On Cloud tent that they were selling all sorts of stuff.
Well, they make Dickfors.
Well, so what's interesting is sometimes these like the Hokas, right? When they first enter into the my awareness,
Right.
it always seems like, oh, these are like cheapy, and then as it turns out, like, no, these On Clouds, it's expensive, man.
Yeah, if Olympians are using them, you can kind of figure that they're pretty good.
Yeah, and the quality's out there. The quality out there is really good as well. And like Hoka, for instance, like they came on and sort of like revolutionized, like the running sneaker industry. My brother put them on for the first time. He's like, these things are amazing. And then, we had like Dr. Toboggan, a friend of ours who works for Brooks. Brooks went and made their own sneaker that was their answer to the Hoka. And then
The one that I still think is stupid, and I finally try to pair them on, are the ones that fit over each separate toe.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah, no.
I just think
they're
they look
uncomfortable as hell.
Some people love them; they swear by them. I think they just look too nerdy.
Do you know what they're bringing back? Those dumb type of springy shoes that were all the rage for a while. That had sort of the roll, not spring, but they had like you're kind of rolling on like a
Heelys? Oh no.
Like half a.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Skechers made those.
Right.
Brooke Burke was the one who had been the spokesperson for him, and you supposedly got some form of exercise just by outside. Yeah, I remember Matt had those.
Turns out you don't. It turns out they F up your ankles.
Yeah.
So they've come back with a version that is basically made them more springy.
Okay.
So with less of that rolling half circle thing.
Whatever, man.
Yeah,
come on.
And that stuff is so goddamn expensive too.
Update, by the way, on my. Remember, I told you I was giving up sandals for life,
right?
And
are you back?
And switch? No. I'm so much happier.
Really?
Going down to the beach, not wearing sandals. I wear. What are those?
Dress shoes?
No. They're a type of loafer that you guys told me about, and I had a pair of them.
The Hey Dudes.
Yeah, the Hey Dudes.
You got Hey Dudes?
Love them.
Really?
Love them.
Really?
Love them.
What color did you go with? Like a cool, because like the 4th of July just came and went, and they had like red, white, and blue ones. And
I
stuff.
wouldn't do that.
No,
that's very understated.
Standard.
I go with understated shoes.
Would you wear Sup Dogs?
What's Sup Dogs? So no, they're like very casual. Very,
okay,
kind of beige.
I'm gonna have to check them out. We had the picture up on.
You look
the screen.
cool.
Will you look cool?
You will look.
I
cool.
want to look cool.
All the kids.
I want to
are
be able to
wearing
hang out with the
these
cool
days.
kids.
They're all wearing what?
They're all wearing the Hey Dudes.
The Hey Dudes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow, this gal's getting spray-on shoes. What do we have here?
What is the number one problem facing our community today?
Chancy meatballs.
Untied shoelaces.
Stop it.
Which is why I've invented a laceless alternative foot covering. Spray-on shoes.
There you go.
And so he sprays them on. He sprays them on his feet when he's in grade school, and they never come off. So he grows into them, and he's literally got spray-on shoes for the rest of his life.
Don't his feet rot inside of them? though?
Probably, but thankfully it's it's animated.
He
so they can
dies
do
of
whatever.
terminal gangrene.
When this movie came out, Ben referred to it as Chancy meatballs.
Oh, really?
I'll never hear it otherwise, yeah.
I just called it spaghetti with a chance of meatballs.
Spaghetti with a chance of meatballs?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, a story out of the junk drawer. Let's dive in and see what else we can find. All right, so the upcoming Red Bull Championship run in Philadelphia invites climbers to switch things up and sprint up a diagonal greased telephone pole at Spruce Street Harbor Park. This is taking place on the 27th, by the way. Participants must use their speed and balance to snatch the flag at the end of the pole or risk being relegated to the sidelines in this event sponsored by Red Bull, the energy drink company, of course.
We've done a couple of the Red Bull events, like the Flugtag and the
Soapbox.
Soapbox. They are awesome. They know how to run those events.
Yeah,
man.
yep, they do. So this is out over water.
Yeah.
And so you have to run up this pole. It's greased.
Oh, yeah, I've
and
seen
try and
this.
get a pole. Yeah.
Nobody ever
Or the flag.
gets it. It's
Some people
virtually
get
impossible.
pretty far. Yeah.
They get far.
Yeah.
They never get to the pole.
Yeah, it's like the Flugtag, man. None of those went anywhere.
No,
Like
no.
they just would. You try to create a flying device from however, and they jumped off the edge of this ship and would try to fly, and all of them just went straight down.
Wasn't that a great day, though? We were judging.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Up to 100 athletes can participate in the run. You check-in will be 3 to 4 p.m. at Spruce Street Harbor Park. Runners will re-greased for every 20 participants. The fastest participant will be crowned the winner of the Red Bull Championship run. If nobody gets the flag during the competition, the fastest participant to travel the furthest will win. So you don't necessarily have to get the flag in order to win it.
I love this idea.
The ceremonies will be at 7:30 p.m. Prizes will be announced closer to the event.
People are getting the flag. We're watching video here, and there are some people that, I just wouldn't want to do it because
Your balls.
I would fall in a way that maybe I would get both balls, my face, like I would somehow manage to hurt every single thing on my body.
We're watching plenty of people do the ball thing. That's nuts. We were talking about this yesterday or just a couple of days ago. Steve had mentioned when we were in Jamaica. Do you remember they put this? It was on the swimming
mat?
pool. They put a mat that floated on top of the water out, and it was probably about, 15 yards long, something like that, 20 yards long. And it floated just on the top, just barely floated. And people would see if they could run the length of it. And you make it like 8 feet and fall.
Yeah.
I tried it like 3 or 4 times. It was impossible.
How far did you get?
Oh, not far at all.
It was fun,
to
though.
me, my
Yeah, it was fun.
perception is you make it like a lot of the way across, and as you're trying to get up on the other side, your face cracks off the edge of the pool.
Yep. Therein lies the danger. So, all right, so that's coming up on the 27th. Let me see. I got something else Philly-based.
Right there in that junk drawer, that big overflowing junk drawer in front of you?
I keep it right here by the console here. Oh, yeah, here it is. In a few years, you will be able to cruise out of Philadelphia again. The Port of Philadelphia announced that it will commence cruise operations in 2026.
I like this.
Welcoming Norwegian Cruise Line.
Now, I'm not a cruise guy for the most part, though I did go on a river cruise, last summer. But having that business, having that be here I think is cool.
Well, all right, so I don't know, like, I'm not a cruise guy. I've never been on one. I don't really have a desire to go on one. I thought maybe if they did end up doing this back out of Philadelphia again, maybe I would think about doing that. But my question for you is this. After you get out of the Delaware River and into the Atlantic Ocean, how long would it take for you to get to crystal clear blue Caribbean
It's a couple
waters?
days.
A couple days?
So you could go to Bermuda. So if you're going down to the Caribbean, I think it's like 2 to 3 days.
And this one going out of Philly is going to go directly to Bermuda. And it'll take 1 day. Preston, I read the article as well. It didn't say where you're actually going to embark from, unless I misread it.
Let's see. The Norwegian will dock its Norwegian Jewel, which can accommodate 2,300 guests in Philadelphia, it says. So, yeah, Nick, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe by the Navy Yard.
Because that used to be the cruise terminal actually was a cruise terminal, and you know the ships would go in and out of the Delaware River there. But I don't know if that's big enough or it would be able to accommodate cruise crowds.
My issue with taking a cruise to a tropical location is just get to the tropical location. Fly. You're wasting time on a cruise ship. To me, the cruise ship makes sense when what you're looking to see is best seen from the water, like Alaska, like some of the Greek islands. The river cruises over in Europe, all of the cities that you want to see are along the river, the main ones. And so, that makes sense. But as a method of travel to get to someplace you really want to go to, I don't see it.
Some people love it, though.
Yeah, they do.
I hate it. I've been on cruise after cruise after cruise, and every time I go on one, I'm like, I'm never doing that again. I'm like, all right, I'll give it one more try.
I was reading an article.
I'm not liking it.
I was reading an article, Preston, about they're having to spend a lot more, these cruise lines, for security because they are having on-ship brawls and fights and passengers going at each other. So what's happening on the airplanes?
Yeah.
It's happening on the cruise ships.
Oh, man.
So, yes, the Norwegian Jewel will offer 7 to 9 day voyages to the island paradise of Bermuda, where the ship will dock overnight, giving guests time to enjoy all the island has to offer.
By the way, I love Bermuda. Been a couple times, and it is a wonderful destination.
Then during the cooler months from September 5th through October 7th, the Jewel will sail 10 and 11-day voyages to Canada and New England.
That actually seems appealing to me. And Steve, to your point, if you're going to go up and see some in the winter months, maybe see some fall foliage in New England.
Yes. Have some Canadian bacon.
The ship will alternate home ports between Philadelphia and Quebec City.
You don't have to have it, Casey.
Okay, good.
It's just an option.
I don't want it.
They serve it.
Eat it.
Just no.
Eat the goddamn
I'm
thing.
not gonna. I don't like it.
By the way, I think I have a Canadian story in the junk drawer. Let me dig around and see what I can find.
Crazy.
Hang on a second here. I got to open the drawer. Yeah.
Move that moose out of the way.
Here it is. After a somewhat subdued start, the fire season in Canada has suddenly come alive with a recent flare-up of blazes reminiscent of last summer, the country's worst fire season on record. Concern is growing that the current explosion of fire activity could send at least some smoke south toward the United States again.
So, thinking about that friggin' run of smoky air.
It was terrible.
We had the Mutiny on the Moshulu, my wife's flagship charity event, and we had it. And I remember calling over to John Brazier, at the Phil's game to see, are you guys going to go through with it tonight? And he said, yeah, we are. And said, well, then we can certainly get a couple hundred people on the Moshulu. It turned out to be the best night possible.
I couldn't
believe we were having to monitor smoke from Canada.
I remember getting gas at a gas station and smelling it and thinking that there was like a fire off the brewery or something along those lines. And I'm like, what the hell is that?
It smelled like, a wood-burning fireplace.
It did.
Everywhere.
Absolutely.
Everywhere you went. And from time to time, that can be a pleasant scent.
Yeah.
But when it's all the time,
yeah,
it gets old pretty quick. Fast-moving fires ignited by a lightning barrage have swept over parched lands in western Canada due to drought. Alberta and neighboring British Columbia have been the hardest hit. On average, fires burn more than 5 million acres per year. This year's tally is closing in on 4 million acres and appears poised to exceed the average, perhaps by a wide margin. Fire season runs through at least September in much of the country. Now, last year, over 42 million acres were torched.
Wow.
Driving massive plumes of smoke that infiltrated the United States.
How does that impact the Canadian Sasquatch community?
That's when they finally come out of the woods.
F this. We're real.
One of the biggest eruptions of thick smoke from the fires this year is beginning to drift south. At least some will cross the U.S. border. So I don't know to what level, but a little bit is on its way. All right, let's see what else. All right, this I wanted to pass along. There's a new product on the market, and it is designed to help women stay safe. It comes in a surprising package. It is lip gloss, and it's SOS is what it's called. ESOES, and I guess you pronounce it SOS.
Oh, okay.
Cosmetics has created an innovative lip gloss tube that can detect date rape drugs.
No way. That's amazing.
And even call for help in an emergency.
Okay.
The $65 product comes with a set of testing strips that can identify it if roofies are in a drink.
Whoa.
And
Yes,
Wow.
I'm lip gloss, and I believe my owner has been roofied.
All right, so I have 2 daughters, okay? One is about to go to college and, doesn't have a whole lot of experience with that sort of stuff. And then I have a younger daughter who is in high school where, so I'm having these conversations
about this sort of stuff,
about predators and about, and about making sure that you have friends that are watching over you. You know what I mean? These are wild conversations to have.
Sure. Are they receptive to the predator chats? Do they know that many times they're invisible?
No. You're
okay.
talking about that predator.
Space predator. Yeah, no. Casey, for a while they were talking about these things that were actually coasters you could keep in your pocketbook or whatever on your person, and that would serve as the test for any sort of date rape drug.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate fact of life that there are predators out there, and that unfortunately
It's a terrible world we live in.
It's just a real world.
Jesus. At the bottom of the lip gloss tube is a hidden compartment that holds the testing strips when one is dipped in the drink. If it shows 2 lines, drink is safe. If only 1 line is there, it means the drugs are in it.
I like that.
According to the company, the testing strips can detect drugs including Rohypnol or Xanax, Valium, Ativan, and others. It comes in several shades. The lip gloss itself comes in several shades, as well as 2 matte liquid lipsticks.
No, I'm being serious. Would it detect something like Benadryl?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if it can detect Ativan,
right?
You can market it and tweak it. So, Steve, I'm sure
they are
chemical compounds in Benadryl that they'd be able to detect.
They are working on developing GHB, ketamine, benzos, and test strips as well, which will be the first to test drinks for the top 3 date rape drugs.
Remember, Tom Segura almost died on GHB. Wait, you said GHB, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So he basically drugged himself. He didn't realized he was taking weight. He told the story here on our show,
right,
years and years and years ago about this. But he was just out partying and took basically.
He almost OD'd.
Yeah, he took way more than anybody is recommended to take.
Yeah, there's a lot of products like this. There's a nail polish that you can put your finger in your drink and it changes color. I think they're. I don't know, though, if they can, change the drugs, though, after these products have been around for a while.
Right.
But, Casey, you should get for your daughter, there's a scrunchie that you can, you take off your wrist and it rolls over your drink.
Oh.
And so it covers your drink so nobody can put anything in it. Mm-hmm. And so it just kind of has a little cover with the straw.
That's a good first step.
There's a lot of products out there for safety, and every woman should have them.
Yeah.
So, Marissa, Preston mentioned Xanax, Valium, Ativan, among others, which are, basically anti-anxiety drugs. Why would those be used as a possible quote-unquote roofie?
Well, I think it's just anything to
disorient?
To disorient you.
Okay.
And a lot of times it's, not a lot of times, but sometimes it's not always about taking advantage physically, but it can be about robbing you.
Okay.
If you are knocked out, they can steal your wallet.
Or make you buy a painting.
Exactly, right?
Right, yeah.
So it can happen to men and women.
Or a swim spot.
Well, listen, I got roofied. Straight up. Looking back on it, I don't think that it was meant for me. I think it was meant for maybe one of the girls that I was with that day. But
you woke up with a monkey tattoo on your taint.
Listen, man, I lost 13 hours of time.
13 hours.
This happened at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's terrifying.
And I woke up on South Street.
Yeah.
That happened, and then I woke up at midnight in my bed. I'm like, how the F did I get here?
So on reflection, you believe one of the women close to you was being targeted and you accidentally got it.
Either that or somebody wanted, because I ended up losing my favorite sweater and also my headphones. So maybe somebody wanted my headphones and sweater. I don't know.
I love that sweater. I got to have it.
The sweater that guy has, and those are exactly the headphones I want. I'm going to roofie that prick.
Yep.
It was a good Eddie Bauer sweater.
Oh, man.
Eddie Bauer.
Thoughts and prayers. All right, let's see what else we can find in the junk drawer. So starting in January, hotels in New York State with more than 50 rooms will no longer be able to provide small bottles containing hospitality care products. I'm talking about shampoo and lotion and all that stuff.
I love those little things.
Well, not anymore. It is a new state law to help reduce waste. Small bottles refer to any bottle under 12 ounces. Beginning in 2026, that's when that'll happen. All hotels in New York will have to follow.
Well, then just do
small,
full size.
The small bottle ban. No, they won't do full size. They will install dispensers.
Oh, no, yeah.
Which will, despite the initial cost, likely save them money in the long run.
I'm not a fan ever since you had the story about the guy who put his own baby batter into one of them.
Well, they have a way to fix that.
All right.
So they can lock them. And because they had said that... here you go. It is according to one hotel owner. They said the thing that happens with the small bottles is that in hotel rooms, they get used once and then they're about half full. There's a lot of waste product when you're using the smaller bottles. While some might presume that hotels just refill the little bottles, many can't and won't. He said you don't refill those because of concerns over product tampering. You want them to be properly sealed. The dispensers now have locks on them to prevent product tampering.
I would say that the majority of the hotels I've stayed in over the last year all have refillable ones. I haven't gotten any of the mini ones, mini dispensers, or I'm sorry, not dispensers, but many bottles of shampoo and whatever. It seems to me that they're almost all refillable nowadays.
Yeah.
Now I'm still getting them the last time when I went to Chicago this last time. Those were all
little minis?
Yeah, they were little minis. But I think that they're slowly, I think they're probably all going to phase them out.
I think so.
Was your perception that it was a toddling town?
Of course. Yeah. I love Chicago.
Nick, I agree with you. And that's why usually when I go somewhere, I end up buying a loofah to use.
Do you?
Yeah, because I don't like using that body wash with a washcloth. I think it works better with those little loofahs, and those things are usually like $1.25 a piece. Anyway,
I have to have my glasses on when I go into the bathroom because I can't distinguish between the body wash and the shampoo and the conditioner.
I've had that happen,
and I'm just like, oh, which one am I?
They do need to label it better. They really do,
and they change the order. Like sometimes the conditioner's in the middle, and I mean honestly. I
tell you what,
it's the worst thing that could possibly ever happen to me is putting conditioner in first.
If you're do what I do, just be bereft of hair, and there's any choice is the appropriate choice.
But honest to God, Nick, just have it say shampoo, conditioner, body wash. It says parfum de fleur, and then tiny at the bottom it says conditioner.
Yeah, après shampooing.
Yeah,
I'm like, wait, what is it? Après shampoo or is it actual shampoo?
Yeah, because après would be after shampoo.
That's right.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Can I ask you guys your well, not you, Steve. I apologize
Thank you for bringing up a sore point.
But all right, if you do conditioner, can you take me through your process of how you condition your hair? Because I do mine a specific way, and I don't know if it's effective or not.
I don't condition. I use a 3-in-1. I use a Crew shampoo. It's got conditioner in it. So.
Okay. Nick.
I really only ever condition. I'm not kidding. When I stay in hotels and there's the conditioner bottle that's already there. Most of the rest of the time it's just shampoo. But I shampoo, if you really want the breakdown. Then I wash my body. Then I condition. Then I wash my face. Then I put on the cold water. And I do about 3 minutes of cold water at the end of every shower. And then I get out.
So what I do
is
ridiculous. I wash. Then I condition. I leave the conditioner in while I wash my body, and then once my body is washed, then I rinse everything off, including the conditioner.
I got you.
Because I
how many minutes would you say on average the conditioner is in?
About 2 minutes.
And
max.
Is that enough time to activate the conditioner?
I don't know, but
that's the big question.
Because you're supposed to put it in and rinse it out. So I'm like,
right.
Well, let it sit in there and work its magic for a minute.
So you just this came upon you. No one ever said, "Hey, you're supposed to leave conditioner."
No, but I feel like it's.
Should we find out?
Yeah, we need to talk to somebody.
Turk to somebody. Yeah. Or you can search real quick. Do you need to leave conditioner? Can you search for that?
Are some conditioners leave-in conditioners? Aren't they branded that way?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
There was a time where I was very specific about hair product, and I knew a lot about it. It was in the 1980s when hair was everything. Yeah. And me and my fellow bandmates would talk about our various hair products and how we would use them and what everything was the process.
How to properly apply conditioner.
Okay.
Wash your hair with shampoo. Pick your shampoo of choice. Okay. And then you It says rinse with warm water.
Yes.
All right. Apply your conditioner. Step 3, gently detangle your mane. Well, step 4, let it sit in your hair and then rinse with warm water.
So it's not saying any particular amount of time. Just put it in there. All right.
Doesn't it depend on the brand and the actual conditioner that you're using?
Well, this is from L'Oreal Paris, so this is the way they prefer that you.
On the parfum.
I have a feeling we're going to get an answer because our phone lines are lighting up right now.
All right.
We have people that can speak upon authority. We have a girl named Brittany. Hi, Brittany. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, Brittany?
So I do the exact same thing that Casey does.
Okay.
Shampoo, conditioner, leave it in, do everything else, and then the conditioner is the last thing I wash out.
Brittany, how long is your hair?
So I used to have it probably about 6 inches past my shoulders.
Okay.
But I recently cut it above my shoulders.
All right. So the amount of time that it spends, because that's a decent head of hair. How long? How many minutes is the conditioner in your hair?
I would say probably about 5 minutes, maybe a little less.
Oh, well, that seems pretty good.
Yeah.
No one's ever told me to do that. I've just always done it.
Well, it seems like you're getting more, and maybe it's a false perception.
I just wanted
but
to condition the
you
hair
want
a little bit longer.
more conditioning.
Yeah.
Right?
Pull up the window. It disappeared. I
this one?
highlighted a text message. Yes, thank you. So here's something for you, both you, Brittany, and Casey. It says, Casey, you should rinse the conditioner before you wash your body. It can clog pores and cause body acne.
Okay.
I don't know.
Brittany, do you have body acne?
I got no body acne.
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Then you're
both
good.
Brittany and Casey have no body acne.
Yeah, I'm not an acne. I mean, listen, I might pop a pimple every now and then, but
Yeah.
like, for the most part, I've had pretty good skin my whole life.
All right. I think between you and Brittany,
You know-
I think you're doing it the right way.
Because you use a loofah, Case.
That's probably it.
Yeah.
Man, I love me a loofah. Dude,
Thank
but
you,
I
Brittany.
will tell you, man, I was getting these loofahs.
Dude,
And they were lasting like, I don't even know. Like,
My dearest wife, today I purchased a loofah.
Uh-huh. I got you, bro. Here it is.
When I woke up with back acne, I knew I was making a mistake. So I went and purchased a loofah. What kind of loofah do you get?
Whatever. Like, listen, I don't go bottom of the barrel. I, spend a couple of, dollars on it. I don't know.
Show me your haberdasher. Show me your finest loofah.
But the last loofah that I got it's really, really good. And I need to remember the product
are you
name.
getting real loofahs or are you
No.
getting the manufactured fake loofahs that you can
your
get
finest loofah, my good man.
at Bed Bath & Beyond?
So I get manufactured fake loofahs, and
Okay.
I also go very, very color specific because I don't want people using my loofah. So everybody in my family knows that my loofah is the green loofah.
There's an actual loofah sponge. Like there legit
Yes.
is a sponge
Like
that
it's
grows
natural, right?
grows in the ocean that's called a loofah, and that's where this all began.
Yeah.
And then there are the fake loofahs that most of us use when you get at the CVS or whatever. So people actually when they want to spend a little bit more money, they buy a real loofah and they use that in the shower.
I'm literally just bar soap.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I like about the fake loofahs there, Nick, is they sud up better, right? You don't have
Sure.
to use as much soap, and they get really, really sudsy.
All right. Abby works at a hair salon.
Yeah.
She's got the real deal answer for us, so I'm going to go to her. Abby, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you help us, please?
Yes.
All right.
So what you're actually supposed to do is you're supposed to shampoo your hair twice.
Twice?
The first one, it just gets all the gunk that's on your hair off.
Okay.
The second shampoo is actually what's going to make sure that you get all the buildup more off of your scalp.
Okay.
So using the 3-in-1 is not going to cut it. It's just not the same. Most of it is either body wash or just mostly shampoo. It doesn't really have that much conditioner since the conditioner does have a job.
Okay.
If you let it sit on for a bit, go ahead and scrub the rest of your body, and then you can go ahead and wash it out.
Oh, there you go. That's what he's been doing.
That's what
That's
I've
it.
been
All right.
doing.
So you're
All
doing the
right.
right thing. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Abby. I appreciate that.
Not a problem, but the double shampoo really does help, especially if you have longer hair. It does help.
All right.
So
Wonderful.
you're being underserved by your 3-in-1 then, Preston.
I will tell you, man, getting your hair washed at a salon is the best.
I have great hair.
Yeah, you
do have great hair.
That's all I can. I'd say it speaks for itself.
Yeah. I don't even think you're bragging. You're spitting facts, bro.
Thanks, man.
You know?
Do you, no thinning I can tell at all.
Oh, no. That's definitely right here, dude.
Oh, man.
Right here. I see videos of me and I'm like, I'm going bald.
Steve.
I told Kathy, I'm like, do you have anything that can dull this for me? Please. It's a little shiny.
So at my daughter's graduation,
We have to take a break, by the way. So let's continue.
So there was a camera on the stage.
Yeah.
All right, and you could see it, but you could see like the first like 4 or 5 rows of the people that were at the graduation. You could see me, and my wife pointed me out, and I could see the bald spot on the top of my head,
dude.
And then I go and futz with a little bit, try and like move my hair, and then afterwards, my friends they were like, "I saw you messing with your hair." I was like, "No!"
Somebody took a picture of me from behind, and I could see a small hair spot.
Oh no!
Spot of hair.
Oh no!
I want to correct myself. I made a mistake, and I just learned that I was completely wrong in my assumption that loofahs came from the ocean. They don't. They're from gourds.
I thought so, Nick. I was going to say something, but I thought you knew better. But because I thought I'd seen essentially loofah seeds that you can grow them in your garden.
No,
They're delicious.
So I apologize to everybody who was offended by my loofah comments.
Steve, walking through the loofah fields.
I'd like to apologize.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
majestic.
just amazing. Yeah.
So
I apologize
there's got to be loofah fields somewhere.
Yeah, they're like gourds. They're in the pumpkin family.
It's a dumb family.
All right, that's it. We're done. This is a dumb conversation. So they're going to be no longer. They're going to be having small bottles containing hospitality care products in New York.
All right. I guess I can understand that. You don't want the excessive waste.
Yep, they'll be in dispensers, and they're starting to phase those out. All right, that's it for the junk drawer.
That was a junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All righty, let's take a break. Come back in a second and get you those bizarre file stories you so richly deserve. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Could not afford Captain Morgan's, but we do have another groundhog here I can share my time with.
Yeah, sure, whatever. That was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his
I
jam?
think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children, boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls, kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
sir.
step
I have to
forward.
actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
It's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
yeah.
Yes, and that's
Sadly.
what he said.
Oh,
You could understand that?
Not
Wait,
really.
I
I think
did.
it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary,
Gary looks like an
fisting.
Amber Alert in the making.
he sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
we have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's good. Everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263. WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not 10.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
We're doing 8?
Come on. I'm sorry. 8
Which
because
one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album.
Hey, we got crooked teeth.
Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good, yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, here it goes. Right, so right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio two gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know, and the great Artie Lang is here. I haven't seen you in so long. Good to see you.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky.
Rocco.
That is
Boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed. You know, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, yeah, but that can be said of any lifestyle.
So I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah,
and you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Jed, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture. wouldn't you say?
We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories, you know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up, there's more stakes, you're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
No, it's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
That was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah.
You look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do.
A little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
Right. I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
It doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering. I mean, it's definitely about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really other professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut.
I think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
I know.
Do you guys think of that too?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Casey's demonstrating it.
Oh, gaping?
Yeah.
Gaper?
And porn. Parlance.
I mean, God bless the Delaware Valley Dance Academy.
Yes, exactly. Anyhow, we would like to ring in Friday, but we can't do it officially until we get it sung into us by Froggy.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Families Behind the Badge, Children's Foundation. Donate to Casey's team, the WMMR Rock and Rollers, for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour, which is on Sunday, benefiting the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Visit PrestonandSteve.com for more information. A police officer in Germany lost his job after stealing about 180 kilograms of cheddar cheese.
I like cheese.
From an overturned truck following an accident.
Look at this. Here's lots of cheddar cheese.
The court on Tuesday rejected the man's appeal, meaning the decision to dismiss him stands. The officer...
Your Honor, I really like cheese.
The officer worked for the Highway Patrol and was assigned to secure the scene of an accident.
I wanted to get on the cheese division.
He drove a police minibus close to the damaged truck. He opened his sliding door of the police bus and asked the employee
Smell that cheese
of a salvage company working there to hand him several undamaged packages of cheese from the refrigerated container, according to the court.
I do like me a good cheddar.
According, a total of 9 packages of cheese were taken, each weighing about 44 pounds.
That's some formidable cheese.
Yeah. The stolen cheddar cheese was valued at about $595. The court said the defendant took some of the package back to the office. It is also believed that he kept some for himself and his friends and relatives. In the complaint, the officer explained that the cheese was worth practically nothing because of the break-in, the cold chain, and he wanted to save it from being destroyed. The man also said he did not eat cheddar cheese himself.
He didn't eat cheddar cheese himself.
However, the court disagreed, saying that the man had committed theft while on duty in a uniform.
He shall be hung until dead.
They said with this behavior, the defendant seriously damaged the reputation of the country's police force.
I think we're a bunch of cheese eaters.
It was irrelevant that the cheese was of relatively low value, the court added, saying that it was the officer's duty to prevent
Such a tragedy.
Yeah, I know.
It need not have happened.
This is a tragedy. The family of a 76-year-old Kentucky man was rewarded over $2 million for his death from second and third degree burns suffered in a scalding hot motel shower where water temperatures reached at least 150 degrees Fahrenheit.
I forget where I was, but it was recently. Might have been the place I stayed at in Dallas. The shower was hot.
Ooh. Court documents from the lawsuit allege that Alex Cronus checked into the Econo Lodge in Erlanger, Kentucky. The next morning, he turned on the shower and was immediately struck by extremely hot water that knocked him to the floor.
Wow.
While the water continued to burn him. 2 people who were
Never burn senior citizens, send some cheese.
in the motel with Cronus heard his screams and removed him from the tub.
That's horrible.
So did he turn the shower while he was while he was actually in the shower already?
I don't know. Kate.
Sometimes they heat up really quickly.
Yeah.
And my impression is probably it, as you said, it kind of threw him back.
And he fell down,
Yeah.
and then the water kept pouring on him. He had to go through skin grafting because he has deep tissue, second and third degree burns and from the scalding temperature of the shower at the hotel. After spending several months in the hospital, Cronus ultimately passed away. He never married, had no children. So his niece filed a lawsuit against the motel on his behalf. Expert witness testimony revealed that the water temperature was at least 150 degrees. Photos taken by his nephew, who was in the motel with him, showed severely damaged and discolored patches of skin all over his legs.
I have to say, though, I do like a hot shower. Are you a fan?
Very much so,
Yeah.
but
Not scalding hot.
Well, I bring it up incrementally.
Yes, yeah.
You have to get used to it.
Yeah.
But, yeah. But, so a hot tub temp for me that I like is about 105 degrees. That's about as hot as I like it. So
Yeah.
I'll take the shower at that. The final trial order gave Cronus' estate $1,271,000 to cover medical expenses, $16,000 for funeral expenses, $250,000 for pain and suffering, and $500,000 for punitive damages. But that's a horrible way to go.
Horrible, yes.
There is a flock of sheep in Greece that's clearly down to party. After wildfires and floods wiped out grazing areas and they were destroyed, the sheep had to graze somewhere else. So they found a greenhouse that was housing medicinal marijuana and went to work.
Okay.
In total, over 220 pounds of weed was consumed by the sheep.
Bah.
After their bud buffet, the sheep began, quote, exhibiting strange behavior and were even seen jumping higher than the goats, which never happens.
That's great.
Yeah. So I don't think they had any. I don't think they got. Dude, this actually fits in that song, sort of.
Mother, I want to shear you.
This is the end.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
All right. So yeah, they had a nice buzz. Okay, this is a local story. The first time this happened, it was a bit odd. The second time is even more weird. A jet ski was illegally dumped on North 5th Street near Lehigh Avenue in North Philadelphia with the name Kirby written on the side of it.
Who would do such a disgusting thing?
Well, listen to this. The vehicle wasn't on a trailer. It was just sitting on the side of the road.
A jet ski that says Kirby just sitting there.
When it was found. Now, 2 weeks ago, a different jet ski was found abandoned on the same street, again, with the name Kirby written on the side of it.
What the hell's going on?
I have no idea.
You guys think of anything when you hear the word Kirby?
Kirby Puckett.
I think Eddie Murphy yelling Kirby, and there's the name of his dog that gets lost in Boomerang. And he's walking around the park and he goes, Kirby!
I think of the video game character
Kirby. Yeah, that's what I think of. Yeah.
I also had a lovebird named Kirby.
All right. Well, if they're looking for a jet ski,
okay,
this is it. So police are assumed to be looking for someone named Kirby.
Who's losing jet skis?
To find out what he did to someone to make them start abandoning jet skis in Philly with his name on it.
So with you guys down at the shore,
Mm-hmm.
You ever flirt with the notion of getting a jet ski?
No.
Absolutely not.
No, but my cousin has one, and I would use that one. That's better because I've rented jet skis.
Yeah.
And that's fine, but you usually when you rent them, you have like one little rectangle that you're allowed to stay in, and that's it.
They're fun for about an hour.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay,
Done.
I'm not going anywhere.
Right.
I'm just, and they're fun to whip around and do all that. But unless, like a boat, you can pick a destination.
Right.
You can cruise. You can
sit
pick
down,
it.
relax.
There's other people with you.
Right, like,
but when it's one of these wave runners or anything like that, it's got, after a while, it's like, okay, I'm done now.
Enough.
And then you have to park it somewhere. You need a spot to. You need a trailer or a slip, and it's just not for me personally.
You need two. My friend had one, and he was like, it sucked because you
you're the
can
only
never
one.
go out with anybody. So, but my cousin, because he has one, they go everywhere and
Like
they
a
love
sidecar?
it. Well, yeah. I mean, so they're in West Wildwood, and they can head on over to Avalon and Sea Isle. Yeah, you can drive up and down the intercoastal. That to me is a little bit sexier.
Right.
But I don't want to own one. My hand actually falls asleep. Because
While you're doing it?
Yeah, because the accelerator is
Throttle.
basically it's just a trigger, and just the way my hands sit, they end up falling asleep.
All right. That is all I have in the bizarre file for you. Yep. All right, we're going to take a break. Don't forget, a little later on this morning, Mr. Jeff Coffin, saxophonist for the Dave Matthews Band, will be here in our studio.
Grammy Award winner.
Very cool. So we are looking forward to spending some time with him. We'll come back in a moment, and if you're good, we'll do the Connoisseur and give some things away. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
If not, it's like I'm clearly bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have to be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different? What's the reason we suck now?"
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, "Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about." And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't, it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast
what
a real
resonates.
guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn. And man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, I mean, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Yeah, only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, I know you can do this. Don't worry about it. This guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah.
In like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, no, I know Artie can do this. I was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, listen, I can't go to the Yankee-Padre World Series if I take this part. And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, so I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television. And it's my team, so...
You're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. That's what I think Will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, ugh! And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, whoa, I'm sorry. And the director said, no, she's acting. And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it, and I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the thing.
When you could call Luca Brasi little buddy, that's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
and somebody said, Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it. He's like, oh, good, because I don't know how to act. He goes, you know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller.
Wow. I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, do Burt Reynolds. And he would go, I need the mustache. I never saw a comic just say no to something. He's
a method everywhere.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys for crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared two of the three men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at three guys, and no one was hit.
Wow. They don't believe anybody was hit.
Stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
Say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the shooting.
We go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know.
I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
Fifth one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
Yeah.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No,
but-
tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated that the sound would make, and actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater.
Huh.
And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Do it again.
You said Randy
Is this,
Newman.
Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow.
Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Newman.
that was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island on March 18th. Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands for Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know
That's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You know, you can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what
does
does
not
the
feel like lipstick.
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
Metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it.
Let's get something to eat, people. It's time for the Connoisseur.
It's time for the weekend edition of the Connoisseur. You have your bell?
I got my bell. Can you hear it?
Yeah, all good. That's a solid bell, man.
All right, so we'll begin with this story. National Ice Cream Day is this Sunday, July 21st. So the perfect time for a delicious and refreshing story about ice cream preferences in 2024.
There are not much things, many things on this planet that are better than ice cream.
I agree.
I friggin' love, and I love, I'm a big fan of soft serve. It's glorious. In fact, you really wish that it had no caloric element to it, so that you
Especially-
could just keep eating it.
Especially things like custard,
Custard.
which has even more caloric.
Ice cream.
explosion,
Even that
but-
moron knew it was good.
You know, I saw something the other day on Instagram about this woman grabbed an ice cream sandwich, just out of the, it's your standard, the ice cream sandwich you get from the supermarket. And she's like, I heard that this ice cream doesn't melt. Okay.
What?
So she takes the ice cream sandwich out of the wrapper and she just puts it on a pan and she lets it sit for a day. And the ice cream never melted. It just turned yellow and it would slowly sort the cookies on either side would
Wait
just
a
sort of
second.
compact down.
You're saying
It never melted.
so? Does that mean it was an inferior kind of ice cream, or what was it?
It's just
Chemicals.
Just chemicals.
Yeah. But
It's not
Preston's
good.
talking about ice cream.
I don't like that.
So anyway, according to the most favorite ice cream flavor by state, which is a study on consumer preferences and trends in America conducted by Holiday Calendar, vanilla ice cream emerges as the nation's favorite, ranking first in 19 states. So that's how they did it.
Vanilla number one.
Yep.
I love vanilla. I'm a chocolate fan, but I actually love the pairing of chocolate with vanilla in the classic ribbon. That sort of what they call the ribbon, the swirly,
the twist.
Okay.
Yeah.
My place calls it the ribbon.
Yeah, I love getting the chocolate and vanilla twist as well. Those are solid.
Real quick, Press. Your favorite? I can't remember. Is it rum raisin? What is it?
Pistachio is hands down. If I see that on the menu of an ice cream, I will get it.
I'm talking to the scooped one as well, right? The pistachio is the same
pistachio,
thing.
and I like rum raisin a lot too. I like just a good straight up vanilla is fantastic.
Nice
too.
creamy vanilla.
Yep. I tend to lean more towards like fruit and nut stuff as opposed to candy and chocolate and all
But
that.
what about the base? Would you prefer your base to be a vanilla base or a chocolate base?
Because it's all about
vanilla.
the base.
It's
vanilla.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but pistachio is hands down my favorite ice cream.
I tend to be less flourishy. I go with the basics, like I want chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream. But there are very few ways or things I like jammed into the ice cream. And I agree with you about the candy stuff. Keep that crap out of the ice cream. Don't like it.
Have you guys tried the concrete at Rita's? It's basically their version of a Blizzard.
No. At Rita's? No, I have not tried it yet.
It's really good. I had one the other night, and Steve, it was chocolate based, but I'm a big chocolate peanut butter kind of a guy. So it was a peanut butter cup blended in.
Really?
Yeah, it was damn
Keep
good.
talking.
Yeah,
that's good.
And I think fat free, calorie free.
Really?
Yeah, fat-free and good for you, and makes your penis longer. Yeah.
But it was a cup?
Yeah, a cup. Yeah, a cup.
All right, so I have the top 5 of Pennsylvania's favorite ice cream flavors. I only have the number ones in New Jersey and Delaware. So in Pennsylvania,
yes,
number 1 favorite ice cream flavor, mint chocolate chip.
That's my wife's favorite.
It's a great ice cream.
Yeah.
I
My
agree.
son's favorite.
Number 2 is chocolate. Number 3 is vanilla. Number 4 is strawberry. And what?
Nah.
No? Okay, I love strawberry ice cream. And number 5 is Rocky Road.
No.
So yeah, that's Pennsylvania. Thank you.
What do you think? Okay. Do you like the Ben and Jerry's fish food? Have you ever had that?
Yeah, no, I don't really care for it.
Yeah, I did.
I'm actually not a big Ben and Jerry's fan.
Is that you're more a Haagen-Dazs guy?
I am. Haagen-Dazs, I think, is the best ice cream made. I think it's flavor wise, it's a notch up. Ben and Jerry's gets a little too cutesy with their flavors.
Too
for me.
cutesy. That's why the fish food is sort of an anomaly. But yet I do love it because it has a lot of crap jammed into it, but it seems to work.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, obviously, my favorite band. I
don't like it?
I never get no, because to me it's too plain. I love Ben and Jerry's. The Tonight Dough is really good.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
We have that at home a lot.
Cookies and cream. I'm sorry, no, milk and cookies. That's a really good one. They used to. I forget what it was called.
A few good blends?
No. But it's basically a s'mores ice cream. So they had this really amazing graham cracker swirl that's in it, and I like that.
There was there was a Dave Matthews Band flavor for Ben and Jerry's for a long time. It was called One Sweet World, which is the name of their songs, but it was WHI. Whirled, yeah. That's really good.
Whirled?
I think my favorite overall ice cream is Moose Tracks. It continues to be.
Okay. So number one in New Jersey and Delaware is chocolate both.
Okay.
So
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
Yeah, chocolate for me.
On Sunday, go enjoy because it is National Ice Cream Day.
Do you know what I'll do in honor of National Ice Cream Day? I'll have a chocolate malted.
Okay. Yeah. I love, and there was a place I had one time, Steve, that not only had malt, milkshakes that you could have, but they would sprinkle malt on top of the ice cream.
Dig that.
It's fantastic.
So when I had the, you remember we were both going to get our dual procedures, and you couldn't have yours, but I had the achalasia surgery.
Mm-hmm.
I had to have just nothing but clear water ice and lemon ice. And my treat to myself was I got a big chocolate malted.
Nice.
It was one of the greatest days of my life. I think back on that often.
We're going to play a clip from a movie that has to do with food, and we're going to see if you can identify this. It's part of what we do here on The Connoisseur. So let's roll this and see if you know.
I can't take it anymore. If I gotta choke down on one more of those moldy, disgusting crackers.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that's from. Order up. We're going to go right after National Ice Cream Day to National Cheesecake Day is July 30th.
I'm a cheesecake fan, too.
The Cheesecake Factory is dropping its celebratory flavor early on July 29th. This year, the restaurant is getting a little fruity with its special slice. The Triple Berry Bliss Cheesecake is a creamy cheesecake layered with vanilla cake, 3 kinds of berries, and a kiss of citrus. For every slice of Triple Berry Bliss cheesecake sold through July 29th of next year, Cheesecake Factory will donate 25 cents to Feeding America. And if you are a Cheesecake Factory Rewards member, you can get half off of any slice of cheesecake on the menu, and that includes a Triple Berry Bliss. But you must dine in at one of the restaurant's locations by Monday, July 29th to Tuesday, July 30th to take advantage of that deal.
What's the local place? The legendary cheesecake locally. It was Kathy, the place that Kathy was talking about.
Yeah, I forgot the name of it.
Where people just wait in line, and they sell out as many as they have, and that's it.
Yeah, I want to.
And it's just a straight, regular cheesecake.
Yep, I forgot the name of it, but hang on, Marissa probably knows.
It's just the Cheesecake Lady.
Okay,
just the Cheesecake Lady.
Located in Elkins Park.
Elkins Park, yep, that's right. By the way, cheesecake merchandise is available at Cheesecake Factory for the California Summer Collection. Beach towels, T-shirts, caps, and more.
Do they have any farm equipment?
Probably.
Okay.
Rewards members get free shipping and a free bonus gift if they order on July 29th or 30th. I'm a sucker for cheesecake.
Yeah. I agree. In case you are not.
No.
And Preston, when it is made, when it is again, just a standard straight up. You judge by the base cheesecake flavor, and it has its sort of a light.
Yeah,
and creamy and wonderful.
And for as much, and it's so weird because I don't want to say that I don't like cheesecake. It's just I don't prefer it. And if it's the only thing on the dessert menu, I probably won't get. I just won't get it. But I will say that the crust, the graham cracker crust, I love.
I love that too.
Yeah.
I have to disagree, though, Steve. The cheesecake is usually dense, not light.
So there are 2 types that I've had in my life, and I've had some that are a little bit lighter. I really like that. I do like the dense, too.
I like the dense ones.
Yeah.
And also, you know what else is really good if you get a dense one? Is a pound cake. Casey, what is the pound cake?
Stocks.
Oh, my
Jesus
God.
Christ. You might as well eat a cake cinder block. It's delicious.
Yeah, if I ever want to get rid of a body, I'm going to tie those things to it and toss it in the ocean.
Pound cakes.
Yeah,
and for as much as I love Stock's pound cake, the best pound cake that I have ever had, hands down, Chef Soul's pancake. What was that? Chef, Chef Keith,
Keith.
What was Keith's last name?
Holy
Keith,
Christ.
I apologize.
We haven't seen him in a while.
He's great.
Chef Soul.
His pound cake was the greatest I've ever had. And trust me when it comes to sweets. That's all I have to say about that.
By the way, Case, there's a spot in Wildwood Crest that sells those Stock's cheesecake.
Pound cakes?
Pound cakes, yes. I'm going to pick one up this weekend. I forgot the name of it.
Mother effer. This segment always makes me incredibly hungry.
I know. It's what it does. All right, let's see if you can identify what movie this is from.
I anymore if I gotta choke down on one more of those moldy, disgusting crackers.
All right, we'll go to Brad. Hey, Brad, good morning.
Morning. Be good and eat fruit.
Be cool and eat fruit. All right,
Exactly.
Brad, what movie is that from?
Aladdin.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's correct. Hang on, buddy. What are we going to give him, Case?
Well, it just so happens, Brad, that you won, and that movie was Aladdin. You won a pair of tickets to see Aladdin in concert. It's going to be next Saturday, July 27th, and as part of Movies at the Man series, we love these series that they put on there. And a magical carpet ride awaits as the film comes to life, while the Philadelphia Orchestra performs the thrilling score live to the picture. So tickets start at just $25. Parking is free, and everything's on sale right now at mancenter.org.
That's great.
All right, I queued up the next one, Case. Here is another clip for you. Let's see if you can identify. It's about food. What movie is it from?
You don't want any of those apples.
Are you hitting my apples on what they ought to be?
Oh, no. It's just that she doesn't like little green worms.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that's from. Order up, please. All right, the Kelsey brothers have teased a new cereal partnership with General Mills a few times over the last few months, and the brand officially confirmed yesterday that Kelsey Mix will be hitting shelves in September. The official Kelsey Mix cereal will be a combination of 3 popular General Mills cereals. I thought it might be like an original flavor, but it's not.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, no.
So they are mixing Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Lucky Charms, and Reese's Puffs.
So of those 3, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, my favorite flavor in general, it doesn't sound all that good to me, that mix.
No, I don't really care for Lucky Charms.
No.
I've never had Reese's Puffs. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is good, so it's not speaking to me.
Yeah.
The new boxes will have the Kelsey brothers' faces on the front and a cartoon depiction of the 2 brothers on the back. Boxes of other cereals, Honey Nut Cheerios, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Lucky Charms, and Reese's Puffs, will be marked as Kelsey's Picks and feature small photos of the brothers on a banner, and the cereals will be available nationwide.
Do you think this Kelsey footprint is as big in other cities than as it is here?
Kansas City.
Kansas City,
Do you
yes.
think these are the only 2 cities where...
I know what you're saying. Percentage-wise, the odds would be in favor of it being a little bit more impactful in those 2 cities.
I agree.
I think, there's just...
But I think nationwide, they're certainly known and are popular.
Especially Taylor Swift.
But I think just a little bit more attention is probably put on them here in Kansas City. Just a little bit more.
I keep asking the question, where do we stand in oversaturation?
With Jason and Philly, I don't think we've reached it yet.
Right.
But I think like the Taylor Swift effect with Travis is making some people a little tired.
All right.
I don't agree with this, but I think that there is some oversaturation just because of people that I've run into that they're starting to roll their eyes at the amount that Jason. I personally listen. He's a nice guy, you know what I mean? Like he hasn't said anything wrong. He's fun. He's charitable. So like he hasn't done any. He hasn't had any missteps. He's just been around a lot,
trying to sop up everything while it's here.
Yeah,
I got it.
So Travis Kelce said in a statement, "I've said that I'd eat a whole box of Reese's Puffs cereal in one sitting, and while I stand by that, our creation might just be the new MVP of the cereal aisle. We'd go through 2 or 3 boxes of our favorite cereals a week when we were growing up, so being able to team with General Mills now is a full circle moment for us." The custom cereal is the latest partnership for the retired Eagles center, who also got his face on a Campbell's soup can earlier this year. By the way, we have one right behind me in the studio. All right, let's see if you can identify this movie. What?
You're
All right, here we go. Hang on.
You don't want any of those apples.
Are you hitting my apples on what they ought to be?
Oh, no. It's just that she doesn't like little green worms.
All right, we're going to go to Mario, see if we can get an answer. Mario, good morning.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Yes, sucking on a chili dog. All right, Mario.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
What movie was that clip from, Mario?
I believe that's The Wizard of Oz.
It is. The original. Yep. Here's what we have for you, bud.
Well, when I think of Wizard of Oz, I think of Andrew Dice Clay. WMMR rocks Andrew Dice Clay, and you got a pair of tickets to see him on Friday, October 18th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. Tickets for that show go on sale today at 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
By the way, Nick just found this. So Tom McGovern, who does the Sucking on a Chili Dog, he posted yesterday, Chili Dog hit 1 million on YouTube today. This is my legacy. Put it on my gravestone.
He's going to be in studio in November.
Excellent.
I would like to hope that we had a hand a little bit in that.
A little bit, yeah. But it's just a great catchy tune, and his band is touring, so they're going to be in town later this year.
I love it. All right,
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
Let's play another clip. See if you know what movie this is from.
And how would you gentlemen like those steaks prepared?
Prepared? Oh, you mean cooked?
Yes, sir. Cooked is most definitely what I should have said. Do excuse me, please. How would you like those steaks cooked?
Well, just knock its horns off, wipe its nasty old ass, and chunk it right down on the plate.
Same for me, please.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Order up. Costco is grabbing attention on social media after an Instagram user came across a product that could possibly come in handy at any time, including an apocalypse. Jeffrey Eisner, a content creator and cookbook author, has gone viral with millions of views after taking a trip to the wholesaler. And during his visit, he found an emergency meal package that he labeled an apocalypse dinner kit. The Ready Wise 150 serving emergency food bucket is available in stores at Costco wholesale locations and online. The package goes beyond just food. It's about readiness in the face of uncertainty, Costco says on the website. With 80 servings of hearty entrees and sides, 30 servings for nourishing breakfasts, and an additional 40 drink servings, ReadyWise equips you for a range of situations, they say. The prepared packages reportedly have a shelf life of 25 years.
So I have this.
Which means if uncertainty strikes, a consumer will have time to wait to use the emergency meals.
So out ahead of everything, the COVID was rumored, and we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Dr. Mike said, I'm laying in some stuff just for the hell, but I said, okay, I'll lay. So we both got these things that are good for 20. And I got one of the gourmet collections too, Preston.
Yeah.
So the idea is, in about 15, 20 years, if we're both, God willing, still here on planet Earth, we're going to hire a chef to prepare the prepper food for us.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And see what this crap actually tastes like.
So all this stuff ends up in my Instagram feed. So I saw this. What's unfortunate is I get these alerts from Costco, and then these things won't be available at mine.
No,
they're like, oh, this
they
is
sell out.
Yeah, well, no, these are available in like Oklahoma and Texas. So for instance, there are these brand new like protein pancakes that Premier Plus came. I was like, oh yes, this is great. I love these. I can't get them. I don't live in Oklahoma. I don't live in Texas. You know what I mean? So,
and you won't consider moving just for pancakes.
I saw those. I was like, you know what, man? Okay, I could buy. I don't even because they're not that expensive.
The fact that it lasts 25 years should give you a tip off.
And for 80 servings, was it like $65? Is that what you said, Press?
There's a couple different versions of it, but you're not going to pay more than $80 for it. By the way, Steve, for the chef, when he eventually prepares these for you, all you need to do is add water.
That's it?
To every single thing. All 150 servings, you only need to add water to it, and that is it. But you get pasta Alfredo, cheesy macaroni, teriyaki rice, creamy pasta and vegetables, potato pot pie, tomato basil soup with pasta, chicken noodle soup, brown sugar and maple multigrain, apple cinnamon cereal, crunchy granola, white rice, vanilla pudding, whey milk alternative, and orange drink.
In your, you have like a survival kit for your car? You keep a couple essentials, and you have a couple, we have like protein bars, or what kind of food do you have?
Beef jerky.
Beef jerky.
That's sealed.
Yeah, right.
Just,
that'll get it done.
Because I have heard of people that have driven off a cliff.
Right.
And have been there for a week.
Right.
And they needed something to eat. So why not?
Why not?
I keep a knife. I keep, cutting tools and breakout tools and stuff like that for the car.
Yep. Of course, it said tactical on it, so I had to have it. It's one of these kits. It's a huge backpack. It's full of everything. Can
you keep it in your car?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll bring it in, and you'll laugh at how much crap is in this friggin' bag that I will never use.
Costco offers several other emergency meal kits on its site that are made by various brands. Prices range from $44 to $7,000. Some products include thousands of servings. Buckets vary by number of serving sizes and what foods are included as well.
You put bucket before food and you just know it's going to be good.
Casey, somebody texted and said, I work for the Saratoga Costco and I can get anything for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then send me an email because I want those Protein Plus pancakes.
All right. Let's see if somebody can identify this movie.
And how would you gentlemen like those steaks prepared?
Prepared? Oh, you mean cooked?
Yes, sir. Cooked is most definitely what I should have said. Do excuse me, please. How would you like those steaks cooked?
Well, just knock its horns off, wipe its nasty old ass, and chunk it right down on the plate.
Same for me, please.
All right. We'll go to Joe. Hey, Joe.
I've got 3 testicles.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Be proud. All right, Joe, what movie is that from?
What is the Cowboy Way?
What is the Cowboy Way? You're right. Hang on. Here's what we got for you, bud.
All right, Joe. Congratulations. You just got a pair of tickets to MMR Rock Steel Panther. Sunday, November 24th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. Feel the Steel 15th Anniversary Tour. Tickets will go on sale for that show today at 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
All right, and now we'll do one more clip here. I think we might have time for 2 more. We'll see. All right, what movie is this food clip from?
Por favor. How do you say banana daiquiri? Banana daiquiri. That's it.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. It's a classic. All right,
is.
time now for the Fast Food Roundup. All right, I have a couple of fast food stories to run by you. We'll start with this. USA Today has just announced the winners of the latest 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards, an annual ranking of the most popular fast food chains. And there was a big upset this year.
I was unaware of this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what do we got?
So, Chick-fil-A was chosen for overall fast food chain in 2023, but they have been knocked down by the new winner, Del Taco.
Del Taco?
Which we don't have any in this area.
No, but Jackie Bam Bam and I went to a Del Taco when we were in L.A.
What'd you think?
I thought it tasted like Taco Bell.
Yeah, it's pretty similar.
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't, and they had like French fries, and I was like, okay. There's nothing special about it. You know what I mean? I don't know.
All right. Well, I'd have to try it for myself to have an opinion on
Del
that.
Taco's been around forever.
Yeah. Second was KFC. Chick-fil-A was knocked to third. And In-N-Out Burger fourth, and Hardee's is fifth. So, yeah, then you go down. I mean, a lot of these we don't have in our area. Hardee's, In-N-Out, obviously. Captain D's is number 6.
Captain D's?
I used to go to that when I was a kid.
Does that stand for what I think it stands for?
No, it does not. It's a seafood, fast food restaurant. Think Long John Silver's.
Because I go to Connie C's.
Then you have number 7 is Taco Bell, followed by Popeyes, Zaxby's, and Arby's.
Zaxby's is that like a coffee place?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't. There might be some around here, but you don't know.
There used to be a Hardee's up in New York that we would go to. It was an alternative to McDonald's. That was years ago.
Is it Zaxby's or Zaxby's?
Zaxbys.
Zaxby's is the coffee place you're thinking
That's
of.
what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Okay. Zaxby's, I think, is a burger joint.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
so, yes.
I want to ask about In-N-Out Burger because obviously there's not like any around here or whatever. But is that a franchise that like do they have franchisees or is it just one?
I believe it's
corporation?
franchisees.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, by the way, the regional Mexican chain Del Taco is concentrated in the West, offers burgers and fries along with tacos, burritos, and nachos. They also have a dedicated breakfast menu along with a vegan and vegetarian menu. All right, another fast food roundup story. Let's see. The unhealthiest order that you can get at Burger King is the triple Whopper with bacon and cheese.
Well, yeah, I can see that.
There are other choices that are much better for you nutritionally as an alternative, but the nutrition values for the monster sandwich is 1,350 calories.
So my go-to would be and I haven't been to Burger King in a long time, but it would be the Whopper Junior.
You also get 94 grams of fat, 1,990 milligrams of sodium, 59.5 grams of carbs, and 82.5 grams of protein.
So it's all good for you.
It not only exceeds 50% of what your daily calorie intake should be, but it's also full of unhealthy fats that come from the patties, cheese, bacon, and mayo as well.
Is there ever a scenario where it's going to be okay for you? Like, is it okay?
Are they going to recommend it?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, all right, I just got done swimming 6 miles and burning a million calories. So,
yeah, Michael Phelps, it'd be okay for him to eat it.
Yeah.
You know. All right, and the last fast food item in the fast food roundup, McDonald's rolled out a new $5 value meal on June 25th for a limited time in response to complaints that their higher prices It had consisted of 4-piece chicken McNuggets, fries, drink, customer choice of McChicken or McDouble. It's been very popular, so much so that McDonald's has had its busiest Tuesday of the year so far. It was June 25th, the day of the launch. And the only problem is that it's unclear how long the deal will be on the menus, with an anonymous source telling CNBC that it would only be available for about a month. So it might be coming to an end soon.
I mean, you have to watch this because obviously we learned about, what was it, was it Red Lobster was taken down by the unlimited shrimp?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the deals.
You got to watch these deals.
Can kill the restaurant.
Yeah, they get away from you.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
Por favor. How do you say banana daiquiri? Banana daiquiri. That's it.
All right, we will go to Dawn, see if she knows. Hi, Dawn. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Dawn, what movie is that?
The Godfather 2.
It is. Yes. Very well done. Hang on a second. Here's what we have for you.
All right, congratulations, Dawn. You won a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Andrew Dice Clay, Friday, October 18th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. Tickets will go on sale for that show today at 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
All right.
In my bedroom where my wife sleeps.
Huh?
In my home. In my bedroom where my wife sleeps. Where my children come and play with their toys.
That's what I was looking for.
Zaxby's, by the way, is a chicken place, right?
Yeah, chicken down the south. It's down south. It's fried chicken.
Not a burger joint.
Not a burger joint.
All right, we have time for one more?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's do another movie. Here we go. Last one that we have for you. What movie is this from, please?
Say, would you like a chocolate-covered pretzel? They're a little melty, but damn, are they exquisite. And if I remember correctly, you're a big pretzel fan.
All right. I love that scene. 215-263-WMMR. All right, order up. Final order up. We'll talk about pizza for a moment. Americans love pizza. And a new survey was done that reveals the top flavors or toppings for pizzas, and it was done by Black & Decker.
Black & Decker?
Yeah.
What the hell is their connection to pizza?
A lot of places make them with a power drill, Steve.
Man.
We eat pizza frequently, with 75% of people saying that they have it a few times a month or more. Friday is the day that 72% of folks typically eat pizza.
Yeah, and a lot of that had to do with Lent.
And with Lent.
Right?
People do Lent Friday pizza. Yeah.
Right, Friday pizza, yeah.
I'm not Catholic, so I don't know these things.
Yeah, we know.
For 7 in 10, the perfect pairing is enjoying a slice while watching a movie or TV show. And when it comes to styles of pizza, classic New York is the top choice for 29%. Deep dish is a close second with 24%. And Neapolitan style gets the least love with just 2.5%. Toppings make or break it. And the number one topping for pizza is pepperoni.
I don't like it.
Really?
Don't like pepperoni?
Oh, never have?
Wow.
No.
Okay. All right. Too spicy?
That might be it. That might be it.
Sausage is second.
Where are the sausage?
Loose
Where are the
sausage?
sausages?
I would assume it's loose sausage.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
So I'm okay
Where are
with
the
that. I mean,
sausages?
And you're a member of the Loose Sausage Club anyway, so yeah. 44% prefer sausage.
I do like meatballs.
Bacon is third at 39%. And mushrooms at 32%. That's my favorite.
So my favorite way to have pizza is plain.
Yeah.
I do like buffalo chicken.
Yeah. What about black olives? Because I do.
Yes, black olives are absolutely fine.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know what I'd like to get a lot are veggie pizzas, except for stuff like broccoli and spinach.
Too much.
I like mushrooms, onions, peppers, olives, stuff like that, tomatoes loaded up. And that's my favorite, actually. The least popular toppings. Number one is anchovies.
Never liked them. Don't like them to begin with.
Too strong a flavor.
Stop it with that anchovy.
Then arugula.
I do like arugula.
Yeah.
But not on pizza.
Yeah, not on pizza.
No.
I have had it on occasion, and it's I don't think it fits. Eggplant is third.
No.
Shrimp.
What?
Comes after that.
Eat me.
And then pickles.
Pickles? Yeah. I mean, I would totally do a pickle pizza. Yeah.
Totally.
Wait, you could do that?
Totally do that.
Yeah, I forgot who made it. Somebody made a cheeseburger pizza. It was actually really good. And
Yes.
It came with like American cheese and loose burger. And they put pickles on there as well, and I think they sprinkle lettuce on it. So I thought that was pretty good.
One year, the Couch Tomato in Maniac had a pizza contest, a design contest, and somebody created a cheeseburger pizza that was excellent.
Nice. Okay, so Tony Roney's does a really good, like it's a taco pizza essentially.
Get out.
It is delicious. And then last night when I was at Pinocchio's, Wilson's came by. So Steve Wilson brought some brisket, and they made brisket pizza. They made brisket strombolis. It was fantastic.
Color me intrigued.
Yeah.
Were you chubbing up?
I was chubbing a little bit. And Nick, I know that you're a fan of barbecue chicken pizza, so I thought maybe this would speak your language a little bit.
I do like a barbecue chicken.
I do like a barbecue chicken.
I like the way that sounded.
It was good.
That's all I need to say about it.
I do like a barbecue chicken. And the most common way to eat a slice is by holding it by the crust. And the least common way
by the flappy corner.
And I agree. I'm not on board with this. The least common way is folding it in half horizontally, mid-crust to point, which only 9% of people do.
No, that's stupid.
What about taking two slices and then putting them on top of each other? That is a Nick McElwain method. I've seen you do it.
No, you haven't.
I have. Right here.
So what do you do?
I don't do
it.
What
are you claiming he does?
Casey's completely
Oh my
lying.
God, dude. All right.
I probably did it once.
Wait, okay. You did do it once, and I remember seeing it. I was like, that is actually pretty, it was intriguing.
It's not my go-to. I normally just eat pizza like a normal person.
Yeah, I need the ingredients to hit the roof of my mouth. And if you fold it up and you put that, you get crust all the way around. It's just not.
You might as well just shove it down your maw, you're past your tongue.
You're letting
you're
the
not
best
getting it
in life get by you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Stupid bastards.
Let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
Say, would you like a chocolate-covered pretzel? They're a little melty, but damn, are they exquisite. And if I remember correctly, you're a big pretzel fan.
All right, let's go to Bill, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, Bill.
Yep. That's Mallrats, man.
Yep, that is Mallrats. Yep, Michael Rooker is the one who eats the pretzels, and he had who was it? The actor Jason
Lee. Yeah,
Jason Lee had shoved his hand down the crack of his ass before he grabbed the pretzels.
And the late Shannon Doherty.
That's right. Yeah, she was in that. Yeah, exactly. All right, Case, what do we have for Bill?
All right, for you, Bill, we have a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks. Steel Panther. Yes. So this is going to be Sunday, November 24th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. Heal the Steel 15th anniversary tour. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. via AXS.com.
All right. Hang on the line, bud. We'll get your information. I'm sorry. I'm actually watching the scene right now with Michael Rooker licking the chocolate off of his fingers. All right. That is all we have time for in the Connoisseur, friends. But thank you.
I'm famished now.
For being a part of this whole thing. We do need to take a break. Is our guest here yet?
He's here.
Excellent. So when we return, we're hearing some saxophone right here, right now.
Yes.
We're going to have a phenomenal musician in our studio. Plays sax for the Dave Matthews Band and has an album that is out. And Jeff Coffin is going to be here in our studio. He's performing tonight and tomorrow with DMB at the FM Pavilion. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.
It's a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week. Okay. Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums.
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah.
He said it, milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat Show. Boat Show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
How to do that again?
And we'll only get one more. We only get one more day of that, folks. By the way, there's a few different things we're going to go through. As I kind of notice these things.
Really?
Yeah, I think so because
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer.
this one
Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the
I
noticer.
I
On the
noticed.
Preston and Steve show.
All right. This one I
6
noticed
to 11.
because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings.
sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that
Yes.
we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Oh my
I
gosh.
wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep. They
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According
to
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well, no, not They're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't
Like
cover
myself.
that.
Is that you?
In this study.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And is as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic, apparently. The doctor,
because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not? Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Do you think are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical of ways. We're gathering data here. When
listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
I've
know
made
of.
love to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No. That's, how is I don't even see how that's possible, but some people apparently.
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual.
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's a pig. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh
my
That's wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower
meant.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently...
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But I to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what
Morning
is
shower people.
Morning shower people. Shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at Time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you...
Night shower, night shower. We all have to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody,
Thank
Steve.
you. I got my higher end back.
Go ahead. What were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no hair. That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying, I have no hair.
It's the goddamn truth.
I just have
In case
no
you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself.
Oh my God.
I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo?
Oh my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands. For his nuts, he's got soap in his hands. For his nuts.
This is getting ridiculous.
I had 3 hours of sleep last night.
And there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
They probably have
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
Napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer takes time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
That's who I use.
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
Wait a second. Okay.
my God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but she
I do.
had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous, but Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. That's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice, like, around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not so I wouldn't
Not
call
like a
it
stripper.
glitter. But she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I
Right.
just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Ricardo Ticci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy Atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden color shapes and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you'd do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
Who's the guy from Fashion Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can see your boobies.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams. Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary. Preston, check out the kids. Oh yeah. We should be you're
an author, an artist, a musician, a worldly known good guy,
a teacher,
as we say here on the show from time to time. And I'm going to play you a clip of some of his solo music. He has an album out, and it's called Only on the Horizon. And I chose a clip from the song. It just kind of spoke to me a little. The song's called Bomb Bomb. So I'm going to play a little bit of this for you. I feel like I'm in a cop show. That's part of that. This is Jeff Coffin, everybody. Welcome to our show this morning. Right. I was in the 70s for just a moment there.
You know what? It does sound a little bit like the this theme to SWAT. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember SWAT. Yeah.
Wow. I love it. Yeah.
By the way, that's you on many instruments.
That's right. Yeah.
So not only saxophone, which we know you from Dave Matthews Band and Bella Fleck and all, but you play a number of instruments. There's it sounded like a baritone sax in there.
Yep, that's right. Good ears, man.
Thank you,
Right
sir.
on, yeah.
I'm a band geek.
Yep.
And a couple of different flutes and so on. So
some bass flute, bass clarinet on the record, and Hungarian terregato also, which is a crazy little instrument. And, kind of anything I can put air through, I'm going to try to play it and see what happens.
Nice. Are you, so obviously you have if somebody plays saxophone, they can usually pick other reed instruments up and play them, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're different, but most of all the saxophones are pretty much the same.
Okay.
And but you got to kind of treat them differently because they're different instruments. There's a different bore size. The instruments, the inside of it is configured a little differently, and so. But clarinet, most of us play clarinet, and most of us play flute.
And is the fingering way different on a clarinet than on a?
Oh yeah.
So you did have to spend some time.
I'm still spending time
to work that.
I bring my clarinet into the hotel rooms.
Oh, do you?
And hope I don't bother anybody by practicing it, but try to practice real softly.
There's a little. I was watching a couple of instructional videos and just doing research on you, and you were making a point. I think this is kind of an interesting point about you teach. You have to teach students who are people that you are addressing or lecturing. You teach them how to practice.
Yes,
that
absolutely.
the practicing is such an important part of it. And you were saying 8 to 10 hours a day. And
that's what I used to do.
Keeping records and all, because Preston is a fanatic with the drums. He just immerses into it.
Yep.
But that's, I think, is the stalling point for a lot of musicians or budding musicians. The art of simply practicing the instrument.
Yeah, knowing what to practice and how to practice it.
Right.
And realizing that you need little breaks every now and then.
I used to fall asleep practicing sometimes, and it's not very conducive to learning stuff when you're falling asleep doing it.
Right.
And so, you got to give yourself little breaks here and there. But, I used to put in 8 to 12 hours a day when I was in college.
Jeez.
And,
it's crazy to be among the elite. You have to you have to love it too. You have to dedicate yourself to really spending that amount of time. I watched loads and loads of videos about drummers, and practicing technique and all this stuff. And a guy had to analyze. Let's really look at the greatest of the great and how much time they actually spent practicing their instrument. And it is a full-time job practicing alone in those developmental stages to the people that take it to that, really, really top tier level. And most of us don't have that. You know what I mean?
Well, for most people, it doesn't burn that deeply in them. I've been teaching at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, where I live, going into my 10th year now. And so, these young students that come in, not all of them want to be music majors. They may come in thinking they want to be music majors. And then when they kind of see, what that's going to take, they're sort of like, well, I'm not so sure I want to do that.
Can you teach someone? Does it all live and die with that passion, or can you teach someone because you assume with practice you'll get better, and perhaps that will incite passion?
Yeah. Well, I think that you have to have the passion to actually practice, no matter what it is.
Whatever it is.
Whether it's sports or music or science or whatever. If it's something that burns inside of you, then chances are it's not going to really feel like work. It's going to be fun. There's going to be a lot of work involved with it, but the things that you're learning are so exciting. And so with these students of mine, and I've done well over 300 clinics around the world, that they're excited about what they're doing. They're passionate. They're inspired, which of course inspires me to then hopefully inspire them.
Yeah.
Music's so interesting as a creative art because there's so many different directions you can go with it. And I like all kinds of things about music, but I've always gravitated towards people who have a really awesome technical ability. And I'm in awe of that. But I also love the 3 chords and an attitude. The people that aren't that great of musicians technically, but they've got a great ear or they have a great instinct of what sounds good, and you don't need a whole lot of technical ability to necessarily be a great songwriter. But it's so wild. There's just so many places that you can go with music.
Yeah, and sometimes it gets too technical. Sometimes you can lose, there's a lot of stuff that I listen to that I'm sort of like, okay, well, who's going to listen to that?
Yeah.
And so I'll take.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, which is in jazz.
Hey, man, if you you talk about bebop and Coltrane and those guys, sometimes it's like, that is too much for the ear.
Sometimes it is, and then there's other stuff that you can, graduate into that really opens up after you've listened to them for a number of times, you know. Sometimes it takes years. And but it's a beautiful process.
Well, let's talk about Dave Matthews Band for a moment.
Sure.
You came on board. Leroy Moore passed away tragically way too soon.
Yep.
And he and Dave and Stefan and Carter and those guys have been together for a long, long time.
Yep.
How did you come to be a part of this band after Leroy passed?
Well, I originally met them when I was out with Bela Fleck and the Flecktones, and they had a history together. Carter and the Wooten brothers grew up together in Virginia. And so they'd hang and play, and there was a bunch of other people too, because there was something in the water,
Yeah.
And so we would do these opening dates, and they would invite us to come and sit in. And so, we got to know everybody. And in 2008, when Roy had his accident on his ATV, I got called. I was in New York at a friend's wedding, driving to Massachusetts to see my mom and my Nana, and I got a call telling me what had happened, and hey, can you sub for Roy for a few months until he recovers, because he was supposed to. And so from the time I got the call to the gig, so I said, well, when do they need me? And the Flecktones manager said, right away. I said, well, what's right away? He says, the next gig's tomorrow in Charlotte.
Oh, shut up.
Jeez.
How familiar were you with the material?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
All right. No, and so, and I didn't have my gear either, so all my stuff was in Nashville. So I called my stepson, and I said, what are you doing tonight? Can you drive to Charlotte overnight? And so it all worked somehow, and I got there, and Rashawn and Dave came in early, and we just scratched out as much stuff as we could.
Wow.
Told them what I needed.
Yeah.
And so I had a little, music stand with a stand light and
trial by
3-ring
fire,
binder.
man.
And
Wow.
How'd you do that night?
It was pretty seamless, man, to be honest
No
with you.
kidding.
Yeah, because I know how to listen. Here's the thing, man, like what we do, what we train ourselves to do is do that.
Yeah.
You know, we're musicians. We make music together. If you know how to listen, that can solve everything. And so, and not just in music, but in life in general.
Yeah.
You know, so and here's a beautiful thing too, man. The word listen and the word silent have exactly the same letters. Right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's interesting. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, so when I'm a huge Dave Matthews Band fan, so it's really cool to have you in here, Jeff. But when I'm watching the show and I'm watching the musicians on stage, when I go left to right, starting with Buddy Strong and then Tim Reynolds, Dave in the middle, Carter behind Dave, and then you and Rashawn on the right hand side with Stefan Lassard. Every musician brings in such musicianship, and it's sometimes hard in the audience to separate who's doing better than the other because it's such a cool sound when it's all combined, and then everybody gets their own individual moments to shine too. Is the ability of the musicianship ever lost on you standing on stage with that many incredible musicians?
No, it's not actually. That's a great question because everybody is also a soloist. You know, everybody can just play their butts off at any moment, you know, and Dave is so gracious. He's an incredible leader. I've had the two bands I've been with, the Flecktones and Dave Matthews, the leader of the group has been unbelievable. And so he's very gracious about giving us time to shine within the ensemble. But, you know, my favorite times is you know, looking across the band and it's undulating. Everyone breathing together as
synergizing.
As a unit. Synergizing, yeah. Yeah, and so I think that those are really beautiful moments, but it's really about the collective within this group, and the chemistry is incredible. Buddy coming in really completed a circle, and we can go anywhere we want musically, and and we do.
He's been in the band for 4 or 5 years at this point, and the energy that he brings and the happiness that Buddy brings onto the stage. The dude's smiling the whole damn time.
God, I hate him.
Happy-go-lucky prick.
He's so his joy. When you're sitting out in the audience, you're a happier person watching Carter smile, watching you and Rashawn trading licks. Tim Reynolds, he never smiles very much, but everybody else in the band
smiling inside.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Well, Timmy is he's from a different planet, man. That guy. I mean, he can play literally anything, and you'll never hear the same thing twice. I mean, it's just unbelievable what he does.
With your album, with Only the Horizon, and you talk about being with these artists in the Dave Matthews Band, and I think because I got into jazz through fusion jazz through John Clemmer and Lee Ritenour and Tom Scott. And,
me too, man. Tom Scott and John Clemmer. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And so
I had that on 8-track.
Yes,
I had Tom Scott on 8-track.
Dude, me too. Yeah. But and then I got into I found out about Coltrane and so on and so forth. But I think amongst those artists and with those artists that you're talking about, I think the need must be strong for outlets like your solo work.
Sure.
I think it has to live within you, right?
Yeah.
You have to tap that off.
Yeah, well, I think this is number 24 for me, solo records.
Yeah.
And they've all been very different. You know, it's everything from like duos with drummers to, you know, this, which has 42 musicians on it. And the common thread on this record are these West African drummers, the Yeli Ensemble.
Yeah.
And they came in from Senegal and France, and we recorded a bunch of stuff, and two of them are still in Nashville. And, you know, kind of putting this into the music that I was writing, you know, the traditional rhythms of Africa, which, you know, have been in Black American music now for almost 300 years.
Yeah.
Over 300 years in this country. And so I thought, well, the music that I'm so influenced by is Black American music, and not only R&B and jazz, but gospel and whatever else. And so I thought, well, the music I'm writing is influenced by that. And what if I brought in these drummers to be part of that? And I thought it should work, you know, and it worked beyond my wildest dreams, quite honestly.
Do you ever, at your level of capability, how often does it happen that it doesn't work?
Well, you'd be surprised, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because as a composer also, I'm always working on stuff. And sometimes I'll come up with an idea and I'll kind of work it out and come back to it the next day and be like, "Oh my God, this is awful," you know. And but then there's stuff that I'll do, and I'll be like, "Okay, I'm on to something here."
Yeah,
you know, and to flush it out, and so it's gotten more consistent over the years in that respect.
Do you keep the proverbial drawer of maybe this didn't work now, but I'm going to hold on to it?
Man, I've got so much stuff that I've held on to. Stacks and stacks of little bits and pieces of music and poetry and solo pieces. I've been actually writing solo clarinet pieces recently, and really trying to work out on that and solo flute pieces and just trying to approach the music on different instruments in a different way, to just explore it. I mean, I just want to explore music.
When it comes to instrumentation in the Dave Matthews Band, what kind of say do you have in that? If bringing out something new and trying a new sound, is it Dave requesting that or you suggesting that?
It's both.
Okay.
So, for example, on this last record, when we recorded, we had to do it, Rashawn and I came in to Charlottesville because it was during COVID, and so I had a bus that. One of the tour buses took me from Nashville to Charlottesville because it's in 8 hours or something. It's easy. And so I brought everything. Bass clarinet, bass flute, regular clarinet, all the saxes, tin whistles, the Terragato. I have these weird flutes like this tri-flute that has like 3 pipes on it. And it's the craziest, most otherworldly sound you can imagine. And so on Walk Around the Moon, on Madman's Eyes, Dave was like, yeah, I'm kind of looking for this kind of, Middle Eastern kind of Arabic thing. And I was like, I got your thing, And so the Terragato, which is a Hungarian instrument, it's like a wooden soprano saxophone, basically. I gotta look that up. And Tarogato, or as Bela calls it, my pterodactyl. And so it's this haunting, it's this beautiful, beautiful instrument that I bought from a legend, saxophone legend named Charles Lloyd.
Kind of looks like a soprano saxophone.
Right, exactly. It's conical bore, like an ice cream cone.
Yeah.
And but it's made of wood. It's very light, and it's kind of a cross between the clarinet and saxophone fingerings on the front of it. It's very interesting.
What I love a lot of things about the Dave Matthews Band and the improv and the changes from tour to tour, from set to set.
Yep.
It's a different show every night. And this year, this tour, this summer, you guys have started doing something that I don't think the band has done before. There's a sort of an intro instrumental called Pantala Nagapampa, and then there's been often a very different song that comes after it. And it used to go from that song right into another song called Rapunzel, and now it's like almost a different song every night. When you guys change stuff up like that, first of all, fans love it. We don't know what we're going to get, and we anticipate it, and we're excited if we guess right, and we're just as excited even if we guess wrong. But who makes those calls? Is that like a band decision? Is that something that comes from the top? Or like how do those changes come into the set list?
That's a great question. So Dave makes a set list up every night based on what we've done in that area, I think, for the past 2 gigs. And so he tries to craft it in a way that makes it unusual and unique. And man, he's been on fire with the set lists over the last couple of years because we're digging into the catalog a little bit also. So I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm not sure how many tunes we've done already this year, but it's been a lot. I think in Europe, we were there for 5 weeks in April. I think we did 93 separate tunes.
Jeez.
And so, we're up to it. We've got to be up to at least 120 at this point, which is a lot. There's not many bands, especially of this caliber, at this level, that are doing a different set list every night. Fish does it, a few others. But there's not many. We don't play to a click.
Yeah.
And it's a very consistent band, and the stuff that he pulls out, certainly kind of keeps us on our toes because, we haven't played this for a while, and we don't rehearse it before we play it.
No kidding. Wow.
Well,
so you gotta no brushing up on it.
Right. You just listen to it before the gig, and so the work has been done. So it's sometimes a matter of remembering it. And every now and then there's the occasional clam, shall we say?
Yes.
And you're kind of like, oh, okay. Whoops.
I wanted to ask musicians. There's a brotherhood amongst people who play the same instrument: drummers, bass players.
Yep.
I would imagine it's the exact same way in the saxophone community. We lost David Sanborn not that long ago.
Yep.
Did you know David at all?
I had met him a couple of times.
Okay. Were you influenced by him at all?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back when I started playing, it was, again, Tom Scott, like you were talking about before in the LA Express. They were a big part of Joni Mitchell's thing. And, but a little after that, like when I was in high school, primarily Dave Sanborn and Michael Brecker were the guys. I mean, there was a lot of other stuff, obviously, more traditional jazz. But what they were doing was kind of infusing R&B and soul and gospel within what they were. They were very much more vocal to me in the way they approached it. And so David Sanborn, the story that I've heard, and I think this is probably correct, is that his sound, he was trying to emulate Stevie Wonder's harmonica.
No kidding.
So when he breaks those notes, it's like when you hear Stevie playing, like when you listen to Stevie Wonder next time, go back and listen to some David Sanborn.
Okay.
Also, and you'll be like, oh. Right? And Brecker used to talk about, both of them used to talk about, but Brecker in particular would talk about emulating guitar players. He says, every guitar player I know wants to play the saxophone. He says, and every saxophone player I know wants to play the guitar.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It's similar because if you stop and think about it, we were talking about the guy, the musician who's in the Lost Boys. I forget the guy's name, but he has that sequence where he's playing the song and he's oiled up and shirtless and he's playing the saxophone.
Yeah.
But
that was me.
But for a period, the saxophone, at least at that point in music, was being employed quite a lot in rockish songs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's it's a very interesting instrument, and it hasn't been around all that long. Adolphe Sax invented it in Belgium, and there's a museum, a musical instrument museum, that when we were there, I went and I saw some of his original instruments. There's also a place in St. Louis called Sax Quest, and they have some of the original Adolphe Sax saxophones as well.
Wow.
And the design hasn't changed much. Adolphe Sax also invented the modern day bass clarinet. And
very industrious for a top instrument, a top saxophone, because it looks wildly complex.
Yeah.
Are there top level repair places that
absolutely
roll off the tongue that like, that you have to bring it to, especially a musician at your level?
Yeah. So for me, I endorse Yamaha horns.
Okay.
And so there's an atelier in Los Angeles as well as New York.
An atelier?
Atelier, yeah. That's kind of where, like, it's a kind of a center.
Okay.
I mean, because you'd have to be like I would equate it to like a Swiss watch. You'd have to have that capability.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be right. I have doubles of everything on the road because if a horn goes down, it's not like, oh, we can't play that tune tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
It's got to be that. So there's that. There's the Boston Sax Shop also in Boston, J.L. Woodwin's in New York, and a number of others. And a bunch of these people are great friends and
good.
And right, it is good
to be
Absolutely.
friends with them. Yeah.
Jeff, I want to ask you a baseball question. On this tour, there was a moment where you guys had a day off. You got to go to a Cubs game, and Dave was sitting behind home plate, and it was a nationally broadcast game. And there's a dude walking around in the outfield that had a Dave Matthews Band shirt.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so the broadcasters noticed.
Me.
It was, well, you were at the game as well, right?
Yeah, I was.
And the Lost Boys.
Right, yeah, you were in the Lost Boys. Do you know if that dude ever found out that he was they were doing a split screen with Dave Matthews and the guy wearing the Dave Matthews Band shirt?
I'm sure he eventually found out, but I don't know that he knew that day.
Okay.
Didn't look like he was, aware of that at that point.
Are you a big baseball fan?
I used to be much more so than I am now. Growing up, I lived and breathed the Red Sox.
Okay.
Because I was from that area and knew all the stats, knew all the, everything. It was,
And it's Fenway.
And it's Fenway. I was just at Fenway a few days ago.
Wow.
And I was just telling John Brazier that my front yard, we lived in a small town in Maine. I was born in Massachusetts. We moved to Maine, then New Hampshire. But our front yard in Maine was a ball field. We cut the outfield differently. Sometimes we'd have to put up stakes around like a bird's nest that was in the outfield.
Awesome.
So we wouldn't, but we had a real home plate with a spike in it.
Wow.
And my dad built a backstop.
Wow.
In your front yard?
In my front yard, yeah. Because we had like 40 acres of land,
Wow.
And we would play all the time.
Nice. If you're just joining us, Jeff Coffin plays saxophone for Dave Matthews Band. They're playing the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion tonight and tomorrow. I wanted to ask about Rock and Roll Hall of Fame That's coming up this year. Dave Matthews Band inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Are you receiving a trophy, and your name will be in the Hall of Fame as well?
Yep, I'll be in there as well.
Wow.
I don't know if we get a trophy. Can we get a trophy?
You should get a trophy.
Yeah, we should get a trophy.
You better get a goddamn something.
Yeah, we got to get something, right?
Yeah. How about a sax?
Yeah. So we'll actually, I think, put instruments in also.
Okay.
And there's another musical instrument museum in Phoenix, which is ginormous and amazing if you ever get out there to check it out. And so we actually have a Flecktones exhibit in there. And so the soprano saxophone that I played with the Flecktones for many, many years is in that exhibit also.
Cool. Okay, so I want to ask because we had already established how and when you joined the band, it was during that summer tour, and subsequently you were in the band permanently, and then so Leroy was playing on an album, the Grugrux album, and you came in and ended up finishing. Right. The reason I'm getting into this is because I feel like I don't even know how many original songs Dave Matthews Band has, but there's a song on that album that I think is the greatest song that you guys have ever created, and I'm curious if you were the one who, I'm going to play it, if this is you or if this is Leroy. This is
all the solo stuff on that record is Leroy.
Okay, because this is the greatest Dave Matthews Band song of all time.
Okay.
Are you ready?
All right. So this is me and Rashawn on horns.
This is called Shake Me Like a Monkey.
Yep.
And this is...
Remember this? Sounds like Tower of Power.
Yeah, that's Rashawn's arrangement on that.
It is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It's a fun tune.
It is.
Yeah.
And I don't want, when this came out, I remember, this wasn't pitched as a radio. And I was like, this is the hit.
Yeah,
this is the song on the album. It kicks the whole album off.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Okay.
It's a great one.
And I've never seen it live. How is it live?
Oh, it's great live, yeah.
Just
sounds
so
like
much
this,
energy.
only better.
Yeah.
He sounds more alive.
Do you get excited sometimes at the song choices, song list? Ooh, we're diving into that tonight, man.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like, oh, we're going to be working hard tonight.
Okay.
We're going to be making this. We're going to be earning that $75.
There's a song called Great Street where you and Rashawn trade licks, and I love it. It's really upbeat, energetic. What song for you is the most fun? Is there one that's the most fun?
I learned the whole catalog within a span of about a month. So it's hard to say. I was saying earlier, I like Black and Bluebird a lot because it's got this off kilter, it's odd meter. It's 3 bars of 5 and a bar of 6, which is very unusual. Mm-hmm. And in the way that Dave's melody kind of moves around that, it's a little off kilter, etc. So the forms of this music are most times asymmetrical, which is unusual in a rock band. And but this is not your average jam band, rock band. I mean, there's so many elements to it, and it's really coming out of jazz. I mean, Leroy, Carter, and Stefan, we're all jazz players.
I wanted to
improvisers.
I'm glad you mentioned something about Dave and his writing and the odd meters and all that stuff, because I there's an observation that I've personally made about Dave Matthews, and I want to see if you concur with this.
Sure.
Obviously, I'm a drummer. I'm a huge Carter Beauford fan. The man is a monster. He is incredible, but he's also insanely delicate and tasty and does these incredible. Crash Into Me is, I think, one of the most beautiful songs he's ever performed on. And he's not doing anything that's that technically wild. It's just so beautifully tasty. But my question is actually about Dave. And I think the reason that Carter is given enough latitude to express as wildly as he wants to on the instrument is because I think that Dave is the rhythmic pulse of the Dave Matthews Band. His guitar playing is very, very rhythmic, and I think drives the band, even though that's traditionally a place for the drummer to be. And I'm not taking anything away from Carter because he's a genius, but I see Dave as the rhythmic pulse of that band.
Yeah, well, Dave grew up in South Africa, so the music that he's influenced by had those rhythmic components.
Yeah.
It's like on this record, Only the Horizon, the African drumming is the common thread through all of it. So like when you have sort of that ancient influence that's in there, I mean, thousands of years of drumming, And, when that's in there, there's a very deep pulse that exists. So, the way that Dave plays guitar, the way that he sings, the harmonic structures are very African a lot of times.
Okay.
And so one of the reasons I love the band so much is that, many years ago, like in the mid 80s, we would be doing classes at college, and we would be doing music history, and it was like all European musical history, which is great, but there's a whole big world out there of other stuff.
Yeah.
And so I was asking Charlotte earlier when she said, "Oh, I like country music," and I was like, "Well, which country?" And she was kind of naming some local, more local people, but it was a little tongue in cheek to me. So I do these gigs sometimes called country music from other countries. And so
it's true. It's true. Yeah.
Well, when I think about the indigenous music of these places and how it influences the language, how that influences everything. When you think about flamenco music, and the rapidity of the Spanish language, but all that Moorish influence from the Middle East.
Yeah.
And the music out of Mali, which is like 3 or 4 different languages plus the African dialects. And you think about New Orleans, the gumbo of that.
Sure.
When we went and stole all these people from Africa, and the Gullah Geechee, who are on this last tune of mine, also with Cab-Mo, and I was trying to acknowledge, not culturally appropriate whatsoever, but to acknowledge that, and I think that's what Dave is doing also.
Yeah, and until you'd mentioned that, I never really thought about that his harmonic approach to things is maybe why it sounds so unique and was to this area, to the U.S. or to the nations outside of Africa, that it had a new flavor to it.
Yeah, because when we go down there, we were down there in December, and so when you see him interacting with musicians like Vusi Malasela, and they start dancing, I'm like, that's where you got that from. These guys, okay, I get it now, And it's beautiful because they're doing the same moves. So they grew up together, and this is so influential. So a lot of times the tunes will have a couple of chords at the beginning, and then he'll get into this gorgeous bridge section or chorus section, and then go back to that sort of rhythmic vamp. But the rhythm on top of that kind of static harmony is really what propels the music. And he's like a spider on the guitar. It's crazy.
That's very cool.
I heard Carter Beauford talking one time about, anybody can dance along to a 4/4 time signature, right? But in Dave Matthews Band, not only did the time signatures change from song to song, they sometimes change within the song, right? And he had an observation one time where he was watching the audience dance along as the time signatures changed. Yeah. And it's a remarkable thing about a band to be able to get the audience to participate in the song in a way that the audience it's not foreign to them.
Right.
So I wanted to ask you about like crowd participation when it comes to Dave Matthews Band songs, because there are moments in certain songs where the crowd will be singing sometimes a different song than the one you guys are playing up on stage. And then like I'm thinking about Every Day and 34, like they'll go back and forth. Sure. How much does crowd participation influence what you guys are going to play that night or where you're going to take a particular song?
It doesn't influence so much what we're going to play. Every now and then there will be an audible, like might be a little kid with a sign, and it's too hard to say no because they're looking at Dave like those beautiful little brown eyes, and hold up the sign, and he's like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But the audience participation, there are certain tunes where they get active, but they're always singing also. I mean, I think that our fans are everyone says this, but our fans are unbelievable. There are people that have been to, like, some people have been to over 1,000 shows.
Yeah, it's insane.
Nick has probably come on up close on that.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's a weird collective, but there's this community to it. There's this communal thing, and there's this love that's felt amongst the band's fans. And we were talking off air about going to the Gorge outside of Seattle, and there's this thing where you feel there's so much divisiveness and rancor and terrible news all the time, right?
Yep.
And then you go to a Dave Matthews Band show, or you put on Jeff Coffin's new record, and you listen to these things to escape. And the way that you're able to do that in that environment with other people is such a positive reinforcement that it really is this feeling of love. And it's, the people that appreciate it become important to me in my life. And it's because of what you guys are doing up on stage, but because what we're all feeling at the same time.
Right. Well, and I think that with that, there comes a responsibility also. with the people that are making the music. I mean, this band is very active, socially and politically, I would say, and
environmentally,
certainly environmentally, and so I think it goes down a slippery slope sometimes. We all get that shut up and dribble stuff sometimes, but we're active. We are concerned about things. We care deeply. We're very passionate about everything that we do, not just the music, but everything else. And I get it. It can be controversial. And
would you say? I think because you guys project that, and Dave projects that, and the nuclear fan base, and just people who are passing, they see how Dave is and how you all are. And so it's not I think it's, you would probably be less prone to the shut up and dribble because it's clearly coming from a good place. That, in other words, it's not for look at me being good.
Right.
It's like you really believe it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. And, I think that it does come from a good place and a pure place, a place of observation.
Yeah.
I'm a pacifist, man. I've never been in a fight in my life, and hope I never am. And I think that's just who I am.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that I don't feel that way sometimes, but I can't imagine injuring somebody else, because of something they believe or they don't believe. I mean, that stuff, that's heinous to me.
It's funny you should bring that up because what I've been wanted to ask you is the song Samurai Cop. And Dave's fascination with that movie, which is a great cult movie, an unabashed fan of garbage cinema. Are you as well?
No.
Because that's anything but a pacifistic movie.
Right,
There's decapitations galore throughout there.
Yeah. And that movie is about giving birth,
Yeah.
I mean, it's so interesting. But yes, he was watching that movie at the time, and it just kind of stuck.
Yeah,
okay.
We're going to have to wrap up shortly here, Jeff. And I've never done this before, and if you don't want to do it, it's fine. But
I'm not going to sing.
No, I'm not going to ask you to sing. I heard you speaking on the record, though. I have a recorder right here. Do you play the recorder at all?
A little bit.
Can you play a little bit for us?
Sure.
All right, awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
great.
A real musician is going to play our recorder. Whoa.
Yeah. It's a Yamaha too. Perfect. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
You endorse that
Thank you,
product.
Yamaha.
There you go. I didn't know you could bend notes on a.
You can do all sorts of things.
It doesn't
recorder.
sound like that when you play it, Preston.
No.
There's a lot of sound in every instrument.
Yeah.
And even when a note breaks, like there's a couple of notes that broke, and I was like, oh, I like that sound. Like, how can I do that
harmonic.
again?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's the process, man. Like I love that. Like how can you find something that was sort of accidental and then repeat it?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lightning in a
You
bottle.
dig?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that Radiohead song, right? Like that was an accident in the recording process during
Creep. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of, to quote Bob Ross, happy accidents.
Oh, yeah.
Over the years, even in Dave Matthews tunes, like these loops of things. I'm like, what in the world is that? And then I find out that like they screwed it up, and like there was half of a line, and the other half of the line they were like, oh, let's do this.
Right. I mean, Eddie Van Halen made a career out of getting noises out of all different places on that instrument.
Absolutely.
So,
Does any? I'm fascinated by the screw up that ends up becoming something. Does anything come to mind in the song catalog that was one of those happy accidents?
I can't remember what tune it is, but there's a couple of these horn lines that are really awkward. You know, when I first started learning them, I was like, "What in who wrote what?" You know, and
Happy accident.
and so sometimes there were loops that got put together. Sometimes they cut the tune, and where it was just that, you know. And they were like, "Oh, this is kind of cool. Let's just leave it."
Leave it.
Nice,
And,
great.
Wow. That's awesome. Well, listen, Jeff's album is called Only the Horizon, which is out now, and it's
came out today.
One of several live albums that solo albums that he has. So it just came out today.
We were sampling it. Some really cool stuff.
Yeah, here I'll play just a little bit more of that. And obviously, you can get that wherever music is streamed and sold and so on. So make sure you should do it. But in town tonight to play with Dave Matthews Band and tomorrow night as well. You got beautiful weather. So I know you got an excited fan base that is psyched to go to the sub. But
absolutely.
Really great to meet you. Thank you for coming by and spending time with us.
Too. Thank you for having me.
You got it. Jeff Coffin, everybody. All right, with that, we will take ourselves a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
We don't even have the microphones. We're just yelling down the. Oh!
She's coming your way.
She's coming your way. Nips. Nips. What? Nips.
You guys would be kicked off the red carpet so fast.
Brie Larson showing Nip.
Steve, the grade scale would be how many of those Marky Mark pals we throw out. I give it 4 pals, man. Yeah. That would be it. Pow! Pow!
No, that's red carpet coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, like on the other end.
Hey, which one? Brie Larson! Ryan Gosling's sister!
Yeah.
Huge kids! I hear you. I'm waiting.
He's yelling over her. Yeah, she's on the way down.
Right here.
The Preston and Steve studio is the arena where the invincible men of Chi-Chi cooking skills await their challenge. Using all their senses, skills, creativity, and succulent delights such as ramen noodles, canned chicken, and Doritos, the Iron Chi-Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi-Chi never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio where the Chi-Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi-Chi chef?
Wow. All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the competition will get the coveted Golden Shiv Award. That is correct. Which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison. So we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks, which are numbered and lettered. And we also have what you can and cannot do. There are some rules on the walls as well. In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary set up, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too. And we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. So we have our 3 judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning, okay? And their intros are short as well. Let's welcome Iron Chi-Chi Tim to the program. Tim.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Tim?
Good. How are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up, where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, so a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple of days. Now Tim was assuring me. He said, emphatically said, don't dismiss this, basically. You're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it, even though you're
Not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To the day?
To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation, but it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, that the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit. I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession, and then.
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way, sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's okay.
Good. All right,
Sorry to bother you on parole.
That's been going for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill. George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco. Yes. Delco, baby.
Of course it is.
What pride. What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts, or did you make that?
No. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not a Marriott.
All right. So, for how long were you away, Mike?
A little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey. I told him Chi-Chis aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
yeah, he said he was going to make a stromboli.
Wow. They call it a wrap in Delco. It's a stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay.
All right. And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. Okay. Are you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right. Let's Iron Chi-Chi. Head over to the commissary and get what ingredients you guys need. I see immediately that Tim is going for the cheese puffs and ramen noodles, and Mike seems to be still considering what he wants. Chris has grabbed a lot of macaroni and cheese.
We have enough for everybody of every ingredient. So
So I see Chris took all the ramen noodles.
There's more up there.
That's not right.
There's a whole nother.
That's good. They're sharing as you do in prison.
Yeah, not unlike Iron Chef. I mean, there's a pantry of items that you can go to. Now I see some Cheez-Its are being taken, or no, not Cheez-Its. Is that rice? I believe Tim has some minute rice, instant white rice.
Cheese Whiz.
Cheese Whiz.
Refried beans.
Refried beans. Very good for that Mexican sort of flavor.
We have both Cool Ranch Doritos and regular Doritos.
Did you need beef ramens? Because that's top shelf right there.
Top shelf to
That is top shelf beef ramen right there, buddy.
What are the flavors of ramen we have, Casey?
Just beef and chicken.
Okay.
And did everybody? So everybody has the ramen. Did everybody grab a summer sausage? Is that the common ingredient?
I think they call it a beef stick, Casey.
Yeah, each person has grabbed one.
So they do have beef stick. Yeah.
Case, we know that at least one served in a Delaware County prison. Has anybody served in a Bucks County prison?
I think the rest of them, yeah.
Because I would imagine that's going to be like a higher class Chi-Chi.
Tim's doing a fist pump.
Bucksco. All the way. I'm looking at Chris. He's got a technique where he's smashing up the cheese puffs inside the bag.
That seems like a common
tactic. It all break down, so it's like a cheese sauce, no chunks.
Oh, okay, and you're going to mix that with the hot water?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, all right.
We used to let it sit in the sink and run the hot water over it. That would be the insulation idea he's using, but we're going to have to,
so there's
to make it work.
Very similar techniques being employed here, but a different selection of menu items, which I think is intriguing.
Oh, you know what? Preston had a question yesterday about smoking in prison. Is it illegal to smoke cigarettes, and do people smoke? Yeah. But you can smell it though.
I can only speak on Bucks, but it is illegal to smoke in Bucks County Jail. Mm-hmm. People do smoke in the jail. But
if it's an infraction, though, they can send you to jail, can't they?
That's the thing that sucks, is you might actually get arrested.
All right, so if you were to smoke, where would you smoke?
I'm not going to say that you empty the toilet out and then blow the smoke through the pipes and flush the toilet. But if I had to take a guess right now, that would be my assumption.
So the toilet is just not for pooping anymore.
Oh, not at all.
It's an oven.
It's an oven.
It's an aeration system.
It's a hot tub at times.
It's a hot tub.
Get bored?
Prison sounds great.
Bucks is also known as Bucks County
Country Club.
There we go. She knows.
We have a ripped bag. We have a ripped bag.
We've got more bags. I bought 1,000 of them.
There is. There's a mess all over the place.
Chris is helping out Tim. Cooks are coming together.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, Tim, that looks disgusting.
But it smells so good.
Does it really?
I swear it does. Although I'm a little. Tim might have gotten some contraband.
Oh, really?
No.
He snuck a packet of sugar over here.
Oh, no.
That's allowed?
Sugar was allowed.
All right, that was one of the items. You can get that at the commissary. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put about a 10. What?
He called me a rat.
Snitches get stitches, bitch.
That's that golden shank.
Don't worry. Nick's already had the butt stuff. It's okay.
So, Mike, let's ask you about what our chefs are going to have here. If you were to describe this dish, what would you say about it?
It's basically like a poor man's mac and cheese.
A poor man's mac and cheese.
Okay.
Like if you took Franken beans and got rid of the beans part and made it with mac and cheese.
Okay.
Our judges, Nick Elmy, owner and head chef at Laurel, Michael Klein, who's been writing about food for a long time, and then Joe, who's actually done some time and had Chi-Chi on several occasions. Nick, what do you think of our first creation from Mike here, the poor man's mac and cheese?
10 for presentation, if we're grading on 10.
Okay.
It's like you took ramen and dumped mac and cheese on top of it with some spicy sauce and some sausage. I don't know. I would like to know what the sodium count is.
This is disgusting. I mean, no disrespect, Mike. But
You really sugarcoated it.
It doesn't seem like there's much to it. The ramen, you did get the ramen soft, which I'll give you credit for, but it's just, yeah.
It's just,
the presentation though was incredible.
Let's go over to Joe, the Chi-Chi master. Joe.
All right. Well, from an inmate standpoint, it's pretty bad.
Okay. We want to get that perspective.
It's wet. It's super wet, and it's not.
Oh, that's right. You like it dry. You said that earlier. Okay.
Mine's pretty short and sweet. Never used the pickles before, so I just have the shredded cheese, some of the cheese whiz, beef stick, ramen, a little bit of hot sauce.
What do you think of this particular Chi-Chi?
Again, it's super wet. This one, there's less taste. It's I'm absolutely convinced that I only ate this stuff because I was starving.
Have you ever had a salt lick?
Yeah. You know what?
With cheese. It's
a salt lick with cheese. That's what you're calling this. All right.
Were you in for assault?
Michael, very good.
Sorry.
All right.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning brought to you by Horizon Services. They can keep it cool this summer with big summer savings, including free same-day estimate and then next-day installation of your new AC system as well. So book it at horizonservices.com. A Connecticut man is being compared to Brad Pitt's character in Fight Club, not for his fighting skills. Robert Tolpe is catching a lot of attention because he has made soap from his own body fat. Yeah. And he posted a video on TikTok showing off the entire process. Some find the video funny, others find it outright disgusting. The 23-year-old said that he's built a following of 1.5 million on TikTok by sharing weird clips, and this one is no exception. He didn't remove his own fat, though. He had 400 cc's of fat removed from his body with liposuction. And then asked if he could keep it. And that's how they were doing it in the movie, too. They would steal it from liposuction places.
I made oven mitts out of my own snot.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You got to make a TikTok video about
Absolutely.
it. Might
I
get a
should
million
now.
views.
Yeah.
He said, I found the idea of human fat soap compelling, taking the conclusions of the zero waste movement and our society's push to recycle to the next level. So he is seeing some success from that. Pretty wild. All right, so the name of a newly born American baby has some people laughing and has others terrified of the poor child's future when it comes to bullying. A sign outside of Bloomin' Babies Birth Center proudly announces, "Welcome to the world, Annalie." But Annalie is spelled A-N-N-A-L-Y.
Oh, man.
Annalie.
Oh, man. And
for the record, Annalie is an Irish name coming from the female name of Anna. It is a variation of Anna Lee, A-N-N-A.
Annabelle.
Wait, what song has Anna Lee in it?
That's The Wait.
The Wait, that's it.
Yeah, from the band.
Yep.
Oral, anal sex.
Anna Lee. So some people are discussing this and child's names in general.
Annabelle.
There.
Some people call her anally.
But I call her Mrs. Claus.
But I call her butt sex.
There are few things on earth more annoying than when you work at a customer service job and somebody comes in just before you close the place down to order or just as you're shutting things down. And employees at a Sam's Club in Henry County, Georgia, are demanding on-site security after customers allegedly attacked one of the workers over a pizza. So Sierra Monroe
What kind of pizza?
was working in the cafe at the store when a woman and her two daughters came in to order 2 whole pizzas 2 minutes before the store closed.
Come on.
When told that it was too late, the mother, Andrea McKnight, reportedly came back into the kitchen and punched Monroe in the face. McKnight was arrested, and her 20-year-old pregnant daughter, Victoria Wilson, also has a warrant out for her arrest over her alleged involvement in the pizza.
That child is blessed.
Dust up. Yep. Officials in Italy are trying to identify a blonde woman who was caught on camera kissing, humping, and grinding against the statue of Bacchus in Florence, Italy.
Jim Bacchus?
No, not Jim Bacchus. It's spelled B-A-C-C-H-U-S, who I assume is some kind of a, I don't
It's
know.
a Roman god.
A Roman god? Yes.
Yeah, like a bacchanalia. Drinking and sex and fun.
Well, there you go. She picked the right one.
Yeah.
The mimicked...
It's probably the horniest of the statues.
The mimicked sex pic went viral on social media, and now the culture ministry and officials in Italy are furious. If identified, officials say the statue humper will be fined and banned from the city for life.
Statue humper!
By the way, so this was an interesting story. When alarms started going off in Florida at a new Smyrna Beach Walgreens around 3 a.m., police responded and they found a guy named Christopher Morgan in the store. Security footage showed him going into the store's bathroom just before closing and then walking back into the store at 2:42 a.m., almost 5 hours after the store closed. So he just stayed in the bathroom.
For 5 hours?
Yep. Finding himself locked in, police say Morgan went on a snacking spree that included Tostitos spinach dip, Reese's and Ghirardelli chocolate, Dr. Pepper, and a pack of Newport cigarettes.
So besides the cigarettes, some pretty decent choices.
After police talked him through unlocking the door to arrest him, they asked if anyone else was in the store, and Morgan said, I came in here to use the bathroom.
And funny story, I took a 5-hour dump.
Mm-hmm. All right, this is pretty scary stuff. Cheap counterfeit Botox given by people not trained to do facial injections in places without a doctor or standby became a dangerous combination that landed more than a dozen women in the hospital.
I've had no plastic surgery.
In at least one case, a woman became so ill that she had to be placed on a ventilator to help her breathe. Yeah, 17 women in 9 states have experienced symptoms ranging from blurry vision to trouble swallowing and breathing after receiving what they thought were Botox injections to smooth fine lines and wrinkles. 13 were hospitalized, and several needed treatment in the intensive care unit.
Yeah, the toxin Botox is toxin.
Yeah, but I think they were using stuff besides Botox. A report published Thursday by the Center of
Road
Disease Control and Prevention provided alarming details. One more time, guys.
Rocky Road?
Detailed patients in New York City and Tennessee. Women ranged in ages between 26 and 55. 4 women attended a gathering at a relative's home in Tennessee to get Botox, including the lines between their eyebrows, and 3 days before their it was 3 days before their symptoms began. An investigator later showed the injected product was counterfeit.
That's something that I just can't wrap my mind around. This people are getting the butt implants and all this stuff done like out of vans and at people's parties. It's like, no.
And it was given by a person who was not licensed. In some cases, providers were concerned about patients breathing to the point where they were admitted into intensive care, and so they could be monitored more closely. So this is according to Dr. Christine Thomas. Thomas was an epidemic intelligence officer at the CDC at the time of the investigation, called this situation a perfect storm. A 49-year-old woman in Colorado received what she thought was Botox, but her vision soon blurred and her otherwise healthy body became unusually weak. 9 days went before the woman was hospitalized with trouble swallowing and breathing. It became so dire they were forced to intubate her and put her on a ventilator to help her breathe. And she was in there for like weeks and eventually got out. But
I have to ask, even though she was intubated, how did she look?
She looked fabulous. She looked fabulous. And that is all I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Yes, Casey.
All right, so I have a question. It's a technical question, and I may need Nick or Marissa to jump in here. But Mr. Peanut, you guys know him. He's doing some work at my house right now, and he was having an issue yesterday with the MMR app. It kept cutting out. And we thought maybe it was his deal. Now I'm getting messages, Preston, from your buddy Steve, who lives in St. Louis, and he says his app is cutting out. Does this have anything to do with all of that technical
with
stuff?
the CrowdStrike stuff from earlier?
Yeah.
Possibly.
What phone are they using, and what version of the app are they using?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
Because I got an email from a listener yesterday, and similar problems. So this was before the Microsoft stuff, right? He deleted the old MMR app, installed the new MMR app, and it worked just fine.
Okay. So maybe you just need to reinstall the app.
This was yesterday. Yeah. Sometimes if you use an outdated version or you have an older phone and you can't update the new version, sometimes that's the issue. So that's what I usually recommend.
Is he using a landline?
Definitely not using a landline. It is a cellular phone of some sort.
All right. So try that out if you've been having issues. And if you're still having issues, don't worry about it. We're a digital company. We'll fix it. All right. So we have the Hershey Park secret text trivia. I need a number caller. Nick, what number is that going to be?
Man, I've been so good at this all week. 19.
Yeah.
That's another good
That's a brand new number.
All right.
What? That is crazy.
We gotta get that meme footage of the people at the bar looking at the big screen.
Are there? Wait, so you mean to tell me that there are other numbers out there other than 7?
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's,
Casey, I did some research.
I didn't know till now.
Yeah.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call right now. We'll take a break. We'll get lesson question, trash, and music news when we return.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.
I do appreciate the added texture of what are those nachos at the end?
The little bit of the jalapeno chips I put on.
Perfect.
Just to take it over the edge a
Beautiful
little
touch
bit, a
right
little
at the
extra.
end.
Give it a
It
little
does taste like someone found noodles and put the movie cheese on top of it. But I mean, it's yes, I like it a lot.
Okay, he likes it a lot.
Really? Those words came out of your mouth?
Chris, write that down. Nick Elmy of Laurel says, I like it a lot.
Tim is garnishing the dishes.
Yep, and Marissa is handing them out now. So we'll start this time. We'll let the judges sample this, and it definitely looks completely different than the others. The other ones definitely had a very moist consistency to them, a little bit on the runny side as well. This looks dry. And we'll let our judges get a quick taste, so it's going to be completely different.
Much different.
Yeah, in fact, it's dense. I'm actually this weighs a lot. All right, let's go to Michael Klein. You need a little bit more time on that, Michael?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
You sure? Keep eating, Mike. Go ahead. I got plenty more.
I actually like this one the best. I think. It's, even though there's more texture to it.
Okay. And that helps out.
I think.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Nick Elmy next.
I'm actually going to agree with that. Like, it has a very rice and beans kind of flavor to it.
Okay.
The Doritos on top are pretty good. It's easily my favorite one.
Okay. And then let's go over to Joe. What do you think?
This is definitely the best one. So would you agree, Nick? That it's definitely the consistency thing, right?
Yeah, it's a consistency thing.
All right. So it is. It's time. It's officially time to find out who our Iron Chi-Chi champion of 2017, because we have to do this every year now.
I think so.
No, we gotta wait for some next people to get out of prison.
Let's go voting one at a time. We have Mike who went first, Chris was second, and then Tim was third. Let's start with Nick Elmy. Nick?
Yeah, I think Tim looks the most dangerous, so he wins.
All right. So we have one vote for Tim. Let's go to Michael Klein.
I'll go with Tim also.
And is it going to be a clean sweep, Joe?
It is.
Tim! The Iron Chi-Chi, Tim. Let's get a word from our winner, Tim. How do you feel?
I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah. Even better news. Kathy cleaned out her closet.
Yeah.
Wow.
You should put something up on social media about the journey.
I think it's very brave of you.
Yeah.
To get in there and
I really appreciate it.
and clean out your closet.
It was difficult for me.
There was an extra sock that was unaccounted for. She broke out her documents and her spreadsheets. I can't imagine a
Do
Kathy
have
closet was in bad shape.
You needed help with this?
I know.
I'm telling you, it got it
got freaky.
It just got I was like overwhelmed,
Carrie.
and I've known for a while now that I need to do it, and every time I would go to do it, I wouldn't get it done. And to be honest with you, I asked a couple people to come in and help me. People got canceled, whatever it was.
Help, and I need it now.
Stop.
Carrie, when you went in, did Kathy take mud and put it under her eyes and tie a red bandana around her head?
She's rosy.
Oh, no.
It's time. We're going in. It's going to get bloody.
Oh
Carrie,
my God.
these are the people I work with.
Wait a second. This still has the tag on it. I never wore it.
Doesn't this go on your legs?
Yeah. It's good on my legs. I haven't shaved my legs.
Sorry, Carrie.
Great to work with.
Yeah.
She was an ideal client. I was asking her the questions. Kathy, do you really need 25 black, tank tops? No, you don't. When was the last time you wore this outfit? Do you want to wear this outfit again?
Tell them about my sock situation.
Exactly. Kathy probably had enough socks for probably about,
Coming back, being called sock wearers. People spit on, hey, where's your socks?
You should donate your socks to
Carrie,
high
how
school
much
kids.
did you sell Kathy's throwaway underwear for?
I was actually thinking of that.
Listen, I had bags of throw it out, bags of consign, bags of donate. I mean, there was a ton of
So you had
stuff.
plans for these. But do you have family members that you'll let do a once over?
Yeah, like I separated it.
Yeah.
I organized the.
So you know who would
yeah, like I
maybe
just
like something?
Right, exactly. A couple and like nicer things. I'm not going to take my junk and try to pawn it off on somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's stuff that I threw out that I'm not, have stains on it, rips in it, like whatever it is.
This one has skid marks.
Listen,
you know that that didn't happen in any of my items.
There's some pretty severe stuff. This one looks like an Ohio road map.
I kid you not. If you brought in old throwaway panties, we could give them away. We could
I'm not
absolutely
giving away my underwear.
We could auction them off for charity.
Absolutely.
Or
much?
like
Where's your underwear going for?
we could even do like a buck a sniff or something like that.
Does it smell like cod or salmon?
You could do a kissing booth with your panties.
Yeah.
I did throw away a lot of underwear.
Yeah.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys read the sex issue of Philly Mag that came out last month? It was,
no.
There was it was an interesting read, but there was a woman who is now an escort, and the way that she got her start was by selling her panties online.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are, and we have not made this up. In Japan, there are vending machines that sell used, worn, they claim, worn panties. Mm-hmm. And it's a vending, because you're on the go,
right?
Your perversion doesn't stop, for anyone.
You got to get to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and a quick sniff, and I'll be in by 10. Yeah, that was our meetings at 10. Great. I have time for coffee, a bagel, and a quick sniff.
Quick.
I'll see you in 10 minutes, Yakamoto. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee, put a woman's panties on my head, and then I'll be in.
On my way.
Yeah. Going to sniff the microfibers out of that sucker. I should see you by 11. Is that a conference call? Good, then I can keep the panties on my head.
Right, exactly. All right, and then finally, Tom Hiddleston does not want to talk about that time he wore that I Love TS t-shirt. So stop about it.
Shut up, you whore!
Jesus.
We have audio of him on the Today Show. Shut up! Shut up!
Stinking whore.
God damn it!
All right.
Shut up!
Whoa.
All right, so
No, he was him. Savannah Guthrie asked. I think he does. He toes the line, and he is able to deflect these things, and he's a very nice guy, and wants to talk about the industry and all that stuff, but he's trying to keep his private life private.
I have a different anecdote, but let's listen to this.
Okay.
This. Here it is.
I read a GQ profile of you, and don't kill me for asking, but of course, it was asked about your relationship with Taylor Swift. And I thought when I read it, I thought you gave really thoughtful answers, and I wondered, what it was like to kind of go through all that and to be in the public eye in that way. It must have been kind of...
It's already in the public eye. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's a stupid question.
Disconcerting.
Well, it's
Shut up! What the hell? I'm gonna hit you!
a clear distinction between my work, which I absolutely dedicate myself to, which is for the public. I really believe in that relationship between an actor and the audience. There is no, you can't call yourself an actor without the audience. And my private life is private.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Listen, there's enough to talk to this guy about outside of his 10-minute fling with Taylor Swift, which has been over for a long time now.
He's got a major movie coming out. Yeah. I tell you what, though, I could see him definitely as James Bond if Daniel Craig, who I think is phenomenal, steps away from it. He could definitely do it.
I think he'd be great. So anyway, in this other interview, the Telegraph reporter asked him if he regretted the relationship and the publicity and all that stuff.
What I will regret is in about a minute when I fart into your mouth, which I'm going to do. I'll regret it for the briefest period of time, and then I'll smile because I've known I've shut you up by floating a fecal cloud down that gob of yours. After asking such a ridiculous question.
According to the reporter, Hiddleston responded testily, asking him, "What should I regret in your mind? I would rather not talk about this if that's all right."
Yeah.
He continued, reflecting, saying, "I'm just thinking about this. Everyone is entitled to a private life. I love what I do, and I dedicate myself with absolute commitment to making great art and great entertainment. And in my mind, I don't conflict the two. My work is in the public sphere, and I have a private life, and those two things are separate."
Yeah.
And now I'm going to fart in your mouth.
Yeah. And now, if you'll excuse me.
Sublime on 93.3 WMMR Santeria. It is 10:25 a.m. It is a Friday morning. Word of the Week prize is going to be given away in a little while. And Pierre Robert broadcasting live from the Cape May County Zoo.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a little flyby at some point and say hello because it's a wonderful place he'll be broadcasting live from. If your travels are taking you to the zoo today, make sure you stop by and see Pierre. If you're headed down the shore, he'll be broadcasting live till 3 o'clock today.
Yes.
Stop by and say hello to him, please, if you get a chance. I am going to give away a prize to caller number 19 if they can answer the trivia question correctly. And where's the little info sheet? I need the the question and answer because I don't have that handy and I don't remember what it was. Caller number 19, we are not even going to say what the question is because you needed to text in to get it. And we will go to Chris to see if Chris knows the answer. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, sir. All right. Answer the question, please.
The answer is 8.
8 is correct, yes. The question being, how many colors are on the pinwheel on the Ferris wheel at Hershey Park?
Very clever.
And there are 8 colors. So, Chris, for that, we're going to give you a 4-pack of Hershey Park tickets, my man. Congrats.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
You got it, buddy. Have a good time. Hang on the line. We'll take care of you. And don't forget, for a limited time, you buy 2 tickets, you get 1 free at HersheyPark.com. And hurry, that offer ends on July 25th. So let's give something else away since we're doing that. We're going to have a lesson question. We're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Art of the Brick at the Franklin Institute. And we're going all the way back to 6:37 a.m. this morning. What number is Anthony Edwards called? 215-263 WMMR. All right. What number is Anthony Edwards called 215-263-WMMR. And if you've been listening since that early in the morning, we love you, and we would love to get your answers. So call now. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by Rita's. You can head out to Rita's to try new Nerds Grape Ice. Try it in a gelati topped with new rainbow baby nerds or mixed into a gelati blender drink. Be cool. Eat a Rita's. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Terrell Owens claiming on a recent podcast that he offered to come out of retirement to catch passes for Tom Brady during his last season, but says Brady completely ignored him. Owen says he reached out to Brady over 30 times. Oh, here's the problem. On MySpace.
Hey!
John Hinckley Jr. condemning the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Hinckley says he realized how insane his fixation on Jodie Foster was after finally seeing the movie Nell.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the legendary 98-year-old Dick Van Dyke opening up about his relationship with his 46 years younger girlfriend, Arlene Silver. Van Dyke says the two enjoy an active sex life, but does admit that sometimes when he's exhausted, he just takes his penis off and hands it to her. Wow. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty. We shall see if someone knows the answer to this question. And what number is Anthony Edwards called? 215-263-WMMR. All right, we'll go to Lauren, see if she knows the answer. Hi, Lauren. Good morning.
Hey, Preston. Good morning.
All right, Lauren, do you know what number Anthony Edwards is called?
I do. It's number 62.
You are so correct. Very good. Thank you for staying with us so long this morning. We appreciate it. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to the Art of the Brick at the Franklin Institute. Don't miss your last chance to see the Art of the Brick at the Franklin Institute. This is the world's largest display of Lego art, featuring over 100 original works by the artist Nathan Sawaya. And tickets are available at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I have 2 stories to share with you. Yeah.
And may I, at the end of this, I was handed a note concerning a Terrell Owens story that Nick has, so we can throw it on as a music.
It'll be brief, but after music news.
It's a music news story?
No, it's a Terrell Owens story.
Okay.
Following Steve's joke.
I'll play music underneath it.
Okay.
So there's a new documentary coming out about Jimi Hendrix, specifically about his groundbreaking Electric Lady recording studio. Electric Lady Studios, a Jimi Hendrix vision.
Jimmy!
Features interviews with Hendrix's longtime engineer, Eddie Kramer.
Jimmy!
Who helped design and build Electric Lady. Singer-keyboardist Steve Winwood, who joined Hendrix on the first night of recording at the new studio. Bassist Billy Cox and many of the people involved in the building of the studio, which Hendrix helped design and opened less than a month before his death in September 1970. I didn't know that he had opened it and then he died a month later.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
No, I thought for sure he had enjoyed it a little bit.
Yeah, the documentary will have a limited theatrical run. I'm not sure when that is going to be released.
I love stuff like this, especially since that was sort of a pivotal studio for a long time.
Yep. And then only one other story to mention. It's been a while, but Grammy Award-winning band Soul Asylum is ready to go with their 13th studio album. It's
13?
called, Slowly But Surely. And Shirley
So it's a Laverne and Shirley.
The band recorded the album live at the Terrarium in Minneapolis, and the lead single, High Road, is out now, with critics already saying that it's Soul Asylum at its best. But where did that title come from, Slowly But Surely? Well, frontman David Pierner's love of drag racing is where that came from. So Shirley Cha-Cha Muldowney, what?
There was a movie about her. That was
Okay.
not, wasn't there? Oh, wait. I feel like, did she die in a drag racing accident?
I don't know. She was a pioneering female drag racer when Pierner was a kid. And Casey says she gave her blessing to have the album's name and cover page.
So she's dead, and she liked the project so much she gave her blessing.
Wow, that means a lot.
Or maybe the estate did. I don't know.
I just remember watching a movie back in the 80s
about this female drag racer.
About a female drag racer. I don't know if it was her.
Was it Bonnie Bedelia who played her?
Yeah, because I thought I remember her dying at the end of the movie. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, all right.
I don't know.
Many questions, not a lot of answers right now.
Nick's going to look that information up, and it says she's 84 years old.
Okay. So that would really shoot a hole in that dead thing.
Yeah, she's born in 1940, 84 years old.
Okay.
So, so she gave her blessing to have the album's name and cover pay tribute to her. Slowly but surely is set to drop this fall. All right, and that's all I have for you. Now, Terrell Owens story.
I have a friend who's single, and she's very attractive, and she's on dating apps. And she texted me 2 or 3 weeks ago, and she said, listen, I think I have a date with Terrell Owens tonight, but I also think that I'm being catfished, that this isn't Terrell Owens at all. And I forget which the app was. It was probably Bumble or something along those lines. She goes to the date. They meet up at a coffee shop in Westchester. It was Terrell Owens.
Wow.
Really?
And she said that they had a perfectly pleasant time. They didn't hit it off. There was not a second date. He could not have been a nicer person. But so if you are on a dating app and you see somebody who says that he's Terrell Owens, it's T.O. And he'll be there at the date.
We had him on to talk about, and it was a really good interview. It was about this wine that he had.
Right.
And he was. I didn't realize he was spending time in the area.
Yeah, this was right out in Westchester, Steve, and she said that it was really pleasant. It just there were no sparks there, so there was no reason for a second date. But T.O. is on the dating apps.
All right, and now a Shirley Muldowney story.
Yes.
The 1983 biopic "Heart Like a Wheel" about Muldowney's life and career starred Bonnie Bedelia.
Oh my God, am I good?
Muldowney would rather have had Jamie Lee Curtis play her, it said, though.
Well, that's kind of sucks.
She called Bedelia a snot and stated when she was promoting the movie on TV shows, she would tell interviewers that she didn't even like racing. She got out of a race car and she was getting up from the dinner table. Muldowney had mixed feelings about the film itself, stating, no, the movie did not capture my life very well at all. But more importantly, I thought the movie was very, very good for the sport.
Well, Bonnie Bedelia is the wife in the Die Hard movies.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Well, apparently she was a snot.
Damn it.
Damn it. Her name Holly.
All right. We are going to take a break. We are going to come back and we are going to wrap up the show here in just a second.
Was Holly.
Yeah, it was Holly Gennaro.
Yeah.
Yes. Even though as she was using her maiden name. We'll come back with more Die Hard stuff. And Pierre Robert live from the zoo. We'll be right back.
Man, biscuit down your gullet.
Yeah. Finally, it's pretty cool, man. Coming up June 2nd is U2's Joshua Tree at 30 collection, which will be released in numerous CD, digital, and vinyl formats. According to the band's press release, alongside the 11-track album, the Super Deluxe Collector's Edition includes a live recording of the Joshua Tree Tour 1987 Madison Square Garden concert.
Wow.
Rarities and B-sides from the album's original recording sessions, as well as 2017 remixes from Daniel Lanois, St. Francis Hotel, Jackknife Lee, Steve Lillywhite, and Flood.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
He does his own K-Tel commercial.
Yeah, he does a commercial for it. Yeah.
Hi, it's Bono. You caught me in the living room just listening to some great tunes.
He's just there with the. Is that clearly not his paneling on the walls? Clearly not his living room.
Is that the Joshua Tree?
Well, yes, it is.
Well,
now you can own the Joshua. You turn it up.
Turn it up.
Now you can own it in your very own home.
So the package will also include an 84-page hardback book of unseen personal photography shot by The Edge during the original Mojave Desert photo session in 1986. Even that commercial, The Edge should be in the kitchen.
Right, yeah.
And he's making lunch.
Are you telling the people about the collection? Yes, I am. And look at this incredible coffee table book. With lots of pictures out of focus.
The Edge commented in his introduction to the newly published book of photos, saying, when I see the people we were back then, I see a bunch of pilgrims on a journey towards some kind of creative home.
Yeah.
And I think that really does capture the spirit of the band at that time.
I think that's my favorite look of the band, the Joshua Tree period.
I agree. Yeah. They had a cool appearance about them. I think the album is a masterpiece. I think it's exciting that they're going to play it and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Did you get to hear Pierre yesterday?
No, but I heard Jackson yesterday, who didn't even know that they were going to be playing the Joshua Tree while they're coming to town. But no, I know that Pierre tracked side one vinyl of Joshua Tree, and I missed it, and I wish I would have heard it.
I don't know if it was special vinyl that he had, but I went to this studio when he was getting ready for the Workforce Blacks yesterday, and he had that vinyl out, and it seemed heavier to me for some reason. I'm not sure.
Apparently it makes a difference in the world of phonographs.
That is what I have in music news for you. Hope you enjoyed that little treat for you this morning.
No, Marissa has it.
Little Ned.
Hold on.
There we go. Oh, that's the very one. The very
This
album
the,
in question.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
What'd you expect to pay for this heavy record?
It's
That thing must weigh 20 goddamn pounds.
yeah,
it's like a manhole cover that plays music.
you can feel it. In
180?
weight. Absolutely.
Marissa says it's
Weighs
180.
180 pounds.
It's 180 pounds.
That's a good 50 pounds more than the original album.
180 grams.
We've just we remastered the Joshua Tree on Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
It's vibranium.
Vibranium. You can listen. This is one record you can listen to in a moving truck.
Right. Okay.
It absorbs all the vibrations.
Yeah. All right. So they're coming out with a special edition.
I love that album. I love the album artwork.
Yep. It's fantastic. Nick might be going to Joshua Tree.
Yes,
We're thinking about that, right?
Talking about a trip out to Los Angeles, and it is now my goal in life to get to all of the national parks in this country. So there are two relatively close to L.A. One is called Channel Islands, out in the ocean in the Pacific, and then the other one, which is a little more accessible, is Joshua Tree.
Nick, why didn't you ask Steve if he's been to the Joshua Tree?
Hey, Steve, have you
been?
Casey's been there too.
I was just there in October. I was expecting to see more Joshua trees. I didn't see one.
There are a lot of Brad trees and a few Eddie trees, but there's no. They're actually few and far between.
Did you go to Death Valley as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
I want to get to that one as well.
The national park?
Yeah, I want to get to all the national parks. I think Yosemite's at the top of my list, but that's a little too far from LA, I think. So,
Yosemite. Sorry, that cracked me up.
Could have kept it inside.
Some of your friends may have mental issues that need to be tended to.
Oh my God.
Hi, this is Bono with a serious message. Sometimes people randomly yell out Yosemite. They need to be corralled and taken in for medication.
Hey, Casey's justification was he said Yosemite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a park.
It worked for me. Yeah.
But there are certain things that should kick in that, like, to keep you from pooping in public.
Right.
And yelling Yosemite for no reason.
Is like Yosemite a name or something?
Yeah. Yosemite.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Get over here.
Yeah, you big lug. Amanda Seyfried and Thomas Sadowski secretly eloped on March 12th after less than a year of dating.
It's such a secret, I don't care.
They are expecting their first child as well.
Oh, so he's the dad.
The newsroom actor broke the news on the Late Late Show with James Corden Thursday night after Corden noticed his wedding ring. Sadowski said, "We eloped. We just took off into the country with an efficient and just the two of us, and we did our thing. We had a great day, and it was perfect."
I actually like him. He's a funny comedic actor and a good serious actor, so I approve of this. Please let them know.
The sole guest of honor was Seyfried's Australian Shepherd named Finn.
It's an honor to be here.
What the hell's that all about? Her Australian Shepherd?
Their dog?
Oh.
It's okay. It's a Monday morning, man. It's all right.
No, I thought it was legitimately an Australian. I thought they had a group of
well, you know what? I don't know.
Sheep.
Maybe they do.
And they tended them.
And also, I had to leave the sheep for a little while, but I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Probably
I was
their
just
dog.
kidding.
I'm not a dog guy.
Obviously.
I'm a shepherd.
What do you do?
Hey, I'm here for the Seyfried wedding, and I'm the only person here.
Generally, a guest of honor is not a dog.
No.
Yeah.
So,
Doesn't usually make the news story either.
And I'm an idiot. They wrote their own vows. And
It was lovely.
Finn gave a great speech at the reception.
I gotta say, I'm
afterwards.
a little nervous. Yeah, I've been known more for my shepherding skills and the kind of man who gives a speech at a wedding, but I gotta say, it was quite an honor and a little bit of a shock to receive the invite.
Casey, do we have any crowd ambiance of?
Just want to say a few words about the couple. Emerged from my surprise, standing out there in the outback playing my didgeridoo, tending my flock, and here comes Western Union. We didn't invite. It was mostly shock because I'm not even friends with these people, but I'll go anywhere if you provide airfare and a hotel. I understand they'd reached out initially to a soothsayer, but decided to go with the shepherd.
All right.
They were going to get their German Shepherd to show up. But
Now that I would have known. That I would have known.
It's glad to be here.
Anyhow, they wrote their own vows. And,
Always a mistake.
Sadowski described their ceremony as beautiful.
Yeah, he was great.
He expanded saying, listen, she said, the person who I love, admire, respect most in the world, it was she didn't say that. She listen, she's the
She
person
told me I'm the person she admires most in the world.
who I love, admire, respect most in the world, and it
He's
is
a little cockeye, don't you think?
everything that it should be. It was just the two of us talking to each other.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt things, but these are very good pizza bagels.
I can't tell if this guy is a talking dog or an actual shepherd.
I thought he was a shepherd.
I could tell.
Listen, I don't want to bother you two lovebirds, but where's my coat? Is it upstairs on the bed?
While the big celebrity wedding involving the gowns and pounds worth of gleaming jewels and glossy magazine covers used to be the regular thing, more and more stars are opting out of the limelight for the big day.
It's just those two, the efficient, and a guy in a robe with a crook.
He's a crook.
Giant beard.
He's not Moses.
Yeah, shepherds don't. There are shepherds still, and I don't think they look like that.
Yeah. In my mind, they do.
Yeah,
They all have crooks.
I have no leg to stand on at all to criticize anyone.
No.
At this point.
No, the Australian shepherd.
Yep. It's a dog.
What's more ridiculous, having a dog?
I'm here for the wedding. No, they invited me.
3-3 WMMR Truth. It is 10:44. 10:44. Preston and Steve Show. No Sam Bro Friday in full effect. Happy that you've been a part of the program today, and thank you for spending time with us. We've had a fun morning all together, and I would like to thank our one and only in-studio guest this morning, Mr. Jeff Coffin.
Hey!
Saxophonist for the Dave Matthews Band. He was a super nice guy.
I was telling him about, we love having the musicians, the composers, with whether it be Mike Post or Michael Giacchino or the Wooten brothers, or on a level that maybe a lot of people don't get to hear. Yeah. And to hear him, that level of musician, talk about music and his love of it is just fascinating.
Yeah, it was really cool. Nice guy. He's got a solo album out, but 2 gigs this weekend in Philly, or in Camden more specifically, and Dave Matthews Band in town. So it should be great. The weather's going to be wonderful for outdoor shows. The weather is also wonderful to go to the zoo.
Yes!
We are now going to go on our Xfinity mobile guest line and talk to one Mr. Pierre Robert. Hey. Good morning, sir.
Good day, my dear citizen brothers and sisters.
It is gorgeous today, and you are headed to the Cape May County Zoo. You are en route as we speak.
Well, that's correct. I would have been there earlier, but I was hijacked by a Hells Angels crew.
Oh, my God. When will this scourge end?
Yeah, I had to change the oil on all the Harley Davidsons and then get back in the car and keep going.
Well, the second they saw you, they said, this guy knows his way around a hog.
They do.
Yeah.
They do at that. I was off the last couple of days. I went to San Francisco to see the Rolling Stones, and they played on Wednesday. And so to be extra good, instead of my usual red eye, I actually took a morning flight yesterday out of San Francisco. And if you're flying from coast to coast, always go for a direct flight.
Yeah.
If you get a flight that stops somewhere, anywhere from St. Louis to Houston to Chicago, your chances increase of something happening. Everything was on time. We got on the plane from Houston, not the loveliest airport, I might add. Bathrooms are atrocious and takes forever to find one, but they do have Starbucks. But I will tell you this. I got on the plane, and everyone's ready to go, and then I fell sound asleep. Then they said, everyone has to get off the plane. The air conditioner is broken. And then they had to send for a new plane. By the time it left, it was 11 or 12 o'clock there. And I didn't get in until 3:30 or 4 here, home at 5. slept for a couple of hours, and I'm up and just peachy as a kite.
Well,
and ready to go.
we were talking earlier because you know about this whole Microsoft CrowdStrike issue that's going on with this global software upgrade that's causing entire systems. American Airlines was dealing with it. There was a lot of trouble at the airport. If you had taken the red eye, you would have been in a world of hurt.
That's probably true. I was listening to that problem with CrowdStrike thing, and it's actually, to me, it's affected me because I have the mobile Starbucks ordering app, and none of the Starbucks are accepting mobile orders.
There you go.
Result of that dysfunction and malfunction in the computer system. So,
well, maybe now that you've changed all the oil, you can now fix the computer problem.
Well, I'm getting to work on that. I have to go watch.
Absolutely. Yeah. You can use the animals at the zoo to help.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. And I'm only a few miles away from the lovely Cape May Zoo. I cannot wait to ride the cows and pet the horses and also feed the giraffes, whatever they have there.
Oh, they have giraffes at the zoo now, not just regular farm livestock.
Yeah, I think so. I don't have any idea.
All right. Fair enough.
He thinks it's a dairy farm.
We'll all find out together.
I
listen.
just passed the Bruce Willis rest area, though. So
there we go. Very close. You're very close. All right, then let's get the letter of the day from you, sir, and then we will move things along. You ready?
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
N as in neurotic.
I love it. We'll take caller number 9 with an N, 215-263-WMMR. See if you know the word of the week, and maybe we can set you up with that word of the week prize. What do you have planned from the zoo today, Pierre? Anything you want to share?
Yeah, well, we're going to have a lot of fun. Learn about the zoo. It was from the Jersey Shore 64, the winner of all the 64 shore locations that everybody voted for. So it's cool that is the place that won by overwhelming demand, I might add. And stop talking. I'm in the middle of a thing.
Most zoos do not have cattle.
Yes. And we're turn right. Stop it. Shut up. I want you to be on now. I have to turn right somewhere. Anyway, stop it. Shut up. I don't want to hear from you now. I wanted to hear from you earlier. I don't want to hear from you now. I'm sorry. What we'll have is some zoo songs and some animal songs.
All right.
And I think I have front row tickets for that Journey Def Leopard thing, too.
Excellent.
That's an animal, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of animals all the way around. So it'll be fun.
I'm gonna stop by there, Pierre. I'm headed down to our shore house, so I'm gonna swing by on my way and say hello.
I heard you say that, and I look forward to riding some camels with you.
Yes, we will ride camels. Well, I'm gonna go to the phones and see if we can get a winner. We have Eddie on the line. Hi, Eddie. Good morning.
The whistles go woo.
Yes, they do, Eddie. All right. Do you know what the word of the week is, Ed?
But the lion goes roar. The word is lion.
Great day.
You are so right, Eddie. I love it. All right, Eddie, hang on the line because we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to see Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen's last stand up Wednesday, July 31st at the Academy of Music. Tickets are on sale now via ensembleartsphilly.org. I will take this moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Trinity Rehab locations all over trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, we will have, you'd mentioned the Wooten Brothers, Steve. We're going to have Joe Wooten.
Yeah.
Of the Wooten Brothers in our studio. Taryn Manning will be in our studio. And our good friend from...
Is it Taryn Manning or
Zoom.
Taryn? No, I said Taryn. It's Taryn Hatcher. I'm such an idiot.
That's why I'm like,
Yeah,
when you said,
yeah.
I saw Taryn Manning on here, and you were like, yeah, she's the broadcaster, the sports gal. And I'm like, Taryn Manning's an actress.
It's Taryn Manning.
It
on the
is Taryn
calendar.
Manning. Okay. God damn it. Hey, it's Friday. Let's get the F out of here.
Someone named Taryn will be joining us next week. And our good friend from Philadelphia Magazine, Victor Fiorello's got some news to share with us, and he'll be stopping in. And that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you at the zoo. Bye-bye, guys. it.